Yeah, hey. I might have made a mistake. I went live on the wrong OBS profile, so that didn't really work well. What's up, Indigo? Cool, cool. Alright, hold on, I need to post in Discord that I'm live. Oh my god, he's playing Wuwa. No way, he's a Kurobot. He's turned his back on Hoyoverse. Anyway, what's up, all? How's it going, Indigo? What's up, Wiz? Hello, Dat Dude. How's it going, Axe? Wait, Axe, did you become a member of my channel? I see you have a or I see there's the picture next to your name. Oh, dude, thanks a ton. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm doing alright, Indigo. Thanks, man. You would be, but college took all your money. That is understandably painful. Go buy a Welkin or something, will do. I did actually get Welkin in Wuwa, so this is active. But the subs are worth it? Wait, what do you mean the subs? No, I will not be getting Brant Axe, thank you. Yo, Pokefan Man, thanks for the follow, I believe, on Twitch. Appreciate that. I'm a little sad they patched my way of getting them for free. I'm not entirely sure what you mean. Oh, the Welkin subs, right. Yeah. Yo, what's up, Luna? How's it going? Yeah, Axe, I think we've talked about it. I'm saving my pulls for Shorekeeper and Camellia. Brent does look fun, but his gameplay is similar to Camellia, so I'd rather just get her. And even before that, like I said, definitely Shorekeeper. How's it going, Rogue Spectre? Hope things are doing well or going well for you. All right, so about to run Iron Man in this stream. Two Beyblades is better than one. Shorekeeper is good though. Yeah, I feel like I basically am stuck in terms of clearing any of this because I don't have a second healer. I mean, I do. I have Baija and Yuhu, but they don't really do anything in comparison to Shorekeeper, so. So my original plan for this stream was to play Wuwa, and then I remembered that I have not done the, what's it called? The Apocalyptic Shadow in HSR. So I guess, what would you guys rather see? Because, I mean, I'm fine doing either, to be honest. Wuwa, it's clear you want to play it. Okay, but to be honest with you, it's not that I necessarily want to play Wuwa. I mean, I do, but I figured turn into just chatting anyway. I might as well play a game where that's easier. Because, like, if I'm doing Wuwa, I can just wander around the world and, like, kill stuff instead of taking 4 hours to do an event. So... Put the fries in the... I will say me messing up the start of the stream probably didn't exactly help viewership for this stream. I went live on the wrong OBS profile, so I only went live on YouTube instead of Twitch. So now I basically had to recreate the stream. So I don't know if people will be showing up for that. Or for this, rather. You had to tune in to watch your second favorite streamer. Who's your... Do you go back and watch your own VODs, Axe? Yes, okay. That's definitely just a little bit of ego beyond what you should have, but that's okay, you know, it is what it is. Is this a tower fantasy killer? Oh, 100%, man. It's definitely not the Genshin killer because the Hoyo did that to themselves. They didn't need another game to do it for them. Axe out here with a Vegeta level ego, yeah. Something like that. Rare emote usage by Axe, my one and only member. Hey, listen, you know what? Axe gets to self-glaze. He gave me money, so it is what it is. You're the only motherfucker that should be getting praise. So true. Yeah, Hins, being a member is on YouTube. That's like the YouTube version of subscriptions on Twitch. You're poor. That's okay. Don't. I'm actually expect anyone to become a member. I mean, realistically, I don't really offer anything for it, so there's no reason for people to actually do it. So. Yo, what's up, Celestial? How's it going? It's like subbing on Twitch, you don't get much out of it, but it's a way to show support. Yeah. What's on the docket tonight? So, I mentioned this before you got here, but originally my plan was to just play Wuwa, because I can just kind of wander around the world while yapping, since that's what most of my streams are anyway. But I did on HSR yet, so I might do that later. You get to do the funny Jingliu emoji, so true. You got Brant, so now you're going for his weapon in Changli. Alright. Good luck. Are you actually, like, planning on swiping for those things, Celestial, or are you just, like, hoping you get it with the free currency? Wuwa power creep is non-existent, it'll be fine. Yeah, I mean, the stars that I've gotten in Tower in this game is literally identical to the stars I had before I quit in 1.1. So, you can still clear with pretty much anything, which is nice. Do I think it's resistant to power creep because the skill ceiling? That's a good question. I think definitely, because you have characters like, Changli, who in the right hands is like a DPS monster. But, you know, if the average person that doesn't know what they're doing won't really go super far with her. Dan Jin as well, yeah. Yo, Song Jin, what's up? You may swipe, but you have a lot of missions and stories to do, so yeah. I mean, that's honestly where I'm at. I've kind of been playing super casually. I mean, I have the Somnor to do, I have Renacina to do, I have the Black Shores to do, so I've got a ton. Yo, Hint, thank you. I really appreciate you becoming a member. Thank you, man. Means a lot. I don't really have alerts for that set up, but I do have a notification thing in my OBS thing, so I can see when they come through. Thanks a ton. Appreciate that. The main example of blatant power creep in Wuthering Waves is Calcium and Zhang Yao. I'm not sure who Calcium is, but I'm gonna assume that was autocorrect. To be fair, any character starting with Zhongli had to be meta to fighting. Oh, Calcharo. Okay. Your favorite character is Calcium and Sodium? Alright. Let's see. Calcharo is a difficult character to learn. Yeah, so I actually played Calcharo for a bit back when I first started playing Wuwa when it released. Where is he? He's here somewhere. Oh, and I didn't really invest super hard into him, but he was playable. He was definitely one of the more difficult characters to play, from what I remember. But I stopped playing him pretty much when I got Yinlin and then Changli. How do I feel about the gacha space as a whole? I think we're kind of in a lull period, to be honest, where there's a lot of stuff that is coming in the future, but we're not at the point where it's ready to release yet. And until it does, at pretty much every gacha game, unless they do like a full-on revamp kind of thing, you know, is kind of going to be in the gutter. But like once we start getting games like Arknight's Enfield and like Azure Premilia and everything like that, that's when I think the gacha space will definitely be revitalized a bit. But until then, I really don't think it's in a good spot right now. And it's even worse if you're a content creator, to be honest with you. Because, like, if I look at the big games right now, there's Wuwa, HSR, ZZZ, Genshin, Love and Deep Space, I guess, if you want to count that. And, like, they're either dead games, for example, like Genshin, where Natlan sucks. They have a lot of problems, like HSR. Or they're in a good spot, like ZZZ, Wuwa, and from Love and Deep Space. The thing is, ZZZ isn't even that big on YouTube. It isn't. You're right, 100%. I mean, most people would rather just goon to the characters instead of actually, like, you know, watching content on it. So that's a whole nother thing. I want to point out that we're less than 20 subs away from 7K. True, we are very close. I do think that I don't know if I'll be able to keep 7K, I'm going to be honest with you, because it's going to be difficult to make content, or it's been difficult for me to think about content to make for the time being. I have some ideas that I want to talk about, but we'll see. Could gacha popularity or revenue sales be good indicators of a recession? Do you mean like a real life recession or like a gacha recession? Because there is a difference. Wait, holy gift. Was I gifted subs or something? I did not get a notification for that. Oh, hints, dude, thank you. I appreciate that. I don't know why it didn't give me a notification for the gift, but dude, thank you. I really appreciate that. Alright, here we go. Let me see. So real life, no, I don't think gacha doing worse is an indication of the recession in real life. I mean, from spending on entertainment, people always find a way to spend their money on entertainment. One more for fun. Dude, thank you again. I appreciate it. And I guess TJ, enjoy the sub. Or I guess membership. Let me see why I was not getting a notification for that. It's really weird. It was supposed to show up. I'm not actually sure why it didn't. Huh. Okay. Well, either way, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Is my YouTube not linked? No, it definitely is. I mean, I got notifications when you became a member, but I didn't get a notification when you gifted 2 subs. So I'm not really sure what that's about. But regardless, like I said, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Something I've noticed in my bubble is that those who play ZZZ are happy with the game, but are now on a waiting period for how the game goes. Yeah, I think a lot of people are. Okay, the super chat came through, and it's just hating on Axe. All right, man. Thank you. Again, I really do appreciate that. I think that a lot of people are currently waiting with ZZZ. Where people are worried that if there are characters released that are stronger than Miyabi, the game is cooked. And people are kind of waiting to see if that happens. Personally, I think it, like Luna says there, I think it is a little bit overhated or over doom posted. But at the same time, I can't necessarily fault people because we've seen what happened in Genshin, we've seen what happened in HSR, so who's to say it won't happen in ZZZ as well? Like, don't get me wrong, I have a lot of fun with ZZZ. I think it's probably their best game right now. And whether that's because it's a passion project or they're trying to recoup their losses because the launch wasn't that good, I don't think that, like, disallows people, I guess, from having concerns about it. Um, Zora PMC, yo, what's up? And Kyrie Din, hello. ZZZ Wuwa players are chilling. Genshin Stara players are just having a moment. Yeah. I've actually been thinking about that in terms of the content I make recently. Where, like, if I wanted to make content about Wuthering Waves, for example, I don't entirely know what I would be able to discuss with the game because I'll be honest, for one I play the game really casually right now. I do want to start playing it more, but for the time being it's casual. Um but on top of that, I don't actually have a lot of real problems with the game. So like my traditional content of like here's a problem I see and then here's my thoughts and a solution for it wouldn't work. So something that I've been thinking about a lot is like, okay, how do I transition my content away from problem solution to just generally talking about the game? But that's obviously something I have to think about on my own. But it has been something on my mind recently. You enjoy HSR more than the other two Hoyo games, and it kills me to see the state of it right now. Um, Honestly, I agree with that. I think I would say ZZZ is almost as good of a game to me as HSR is in terms of like my want or desire to play it. Um, but I mean, I make content for HSR and I don't make it currently for ZZZ, so I mean, I guess that kind of like tells you something. Um, let's see. Personally, you haven't had an experience with a gotcha game that's given me as good of an experience with a middle of the pack average full price game. Like, I think to myself, Super Mario Galaxy is the baseline for what a good game is. Have any of these other games passed that line? I mean, I definitely understand that, but I also think that's different for everyone. Because, like, for me, and obviously, again, this is just for me, it's different for everyone. I put. I have a lot, like, a massive, massive, huge amount of nostalgia for Genshin. And you could say that it was because, you know, like, it was COVID when Genshin came out and it got a huge boom, and that's why so many people played it. And, like, that's why so many people have, like, nostalgic feelings about it. But on the other hand, for me at least, the nostalgic feelings aren't just because you guys are actually brain rotted. Anyway, the nostalgic feelings that I have about Genshin because it was the first game of its type where no matter. Wait, I'm cutting out? That's not good. That is not good if I'm cutting out. That's strange. I wonder if... Okay, what if I start standing still? Like, I wonder if it's a game thing. Am I still cutting out now? Like, testing, testing, hello, hello, hello. Okay, I'm fine right now. All right, hold on. Let me go off of push to talk. Okay, Hello? Hold on. Okay. I'm off push to talk now, so if you guys hear some extra noises, that's why, but hopefully the noise suppression that I have fixes that, and hopefully I don't cut out anymore. Sorry for the issues. That's kind of weird that that's been happening. Okay. Let me go back and read because I think I was in the middle of talking about something here. Okay, I think what I was saying. We'll forgive you if you give us all 27 subs and memberships. Okay, I don't know about that. I'm not that rich. I may be a content creator, but I'm not a millionaire. Alright, I think what I was saying was that not many games have, like... Not many games have given me the same feel that Genshin did, where I always wanted to keep logging in and playing it. Because, like, if I compare it to a game like, let's say, Chrono Trigger or Nier Automata or anything like that, which I would consider my favorite games, um, I don't like consider those games that I want to continuously play. Like I played them, I had my good experience with them, and then I was done with them. Whereas like for Genshin, I used to feel like there was always a reason to get invested in it. I mean, that's obviously changed since because Natlan kind of sucks, but still. Yo, Hints, you really don't have to do that. Like seriously, but I do appreciate it. Let me go back and read what you said, Luna. To be honest, you stopped playing Genshin in 1.1 and you came back in 3.x, and you can say it distinctly separated itself from Breath of the Wild, but it also doesn't address the atrocity of its flaws. Definitely not, yeah. Yo, Neophyte, there you go. You got the membership. That's fair, especially with Nier, because it makes you replay the game so many times. Yeah, and to be clear, I 100%ed Nier. I I got every single ending in that game from A to Z. So, like that is one of my favorite games. But even still, like because it felt like a completed game, I didn't feel the desire to just want to keep investing myself further into it. So like I played Nier back in 2017 when it released, but since then I haven't. Doesn't Genshin make you at least subconsciously want to keep logging in, unlike Nier? I mean, sure, but also, I mean, I quit Genshin as of a few days ago. You're playing Wuwa too? Yeah, I mean, I came back to it recently. You 100% of the game, what else are you going to do? I mean, depending on how you ask, or who you ask, people would replay that. Like, I have a friend that replays the Trail series incessantly, if you've ever heard of that. Like, he's played through the entire Trail series like 3 times. And sure, you could say that's not normal, but still. IMO, you got into Genshin because of the story and the fact that the main plot was a blue ball for years. That's fair, yeah. The character I'm playing, Kairi Din, is Carlotta. She's, from what I understand, she's important to the 2.0 Wuthering Waves story, but I've not played enough of the story to know. You only continue playing Genshin because you enjoy the combat system and you eventually want to see the end of the main story, even if it's terribly executed? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. Because, like, I don't know. I will say that the fact that the Traveler story in Genshin has taken so long to get to the point it's at, and then when it got there, they said, oh, by the way, you and your sibling won't remember this. That's kind of really bad. But, yeah. She looks cute and she's like a more refined Jingliu. Yeah, I mean, she's nice. Skits Rain, by the way, hello, welcome in. You kind of dislike Wuwa, but it may be Genshin's fault. You kind of got burned off from games like this. I 100% see that, definitely. But for me at least, I still enjoy the exploration of these kind of games. That's part of what made me want to keep logging into Genshin, despite it, you know, obviously having despite the incentives they give you to log in, the exploration, the combat, and everything else is definitely something that made me want to keep logging in. So, like, I recognize the game is like a gacha game, and that, like, their goal is to just get you to log in, but also, like, I wouldn't be playing these games if I didn't enjoy them. I will say that I did quit this game. It definitely was not perfect on launch. I mean, I quit in 1.1, or sorry, I quit at the beginning of 1.2 because that patch was completely dead. But I came back to it because it seems like they're doing better, which is something I can't say for Hoyo games at the moment. Like, the launch was really bad, but it did get better. So it's kind of like I'm essentially at the point where I'm giving Wuwa another chance. And I don't know if I'll give Genshin a chance until I see them making changes. And I'm kind of heading that route with HSR as well. You couldn't stand playing 1.x. It felt bad after experiencing Renacida. Yeah, honestly, I feel like one thing that the Wuwa team definitely needs to do is go back and redo the entirety of 1.0. At the very least, if they don't want to redo the entirety of 1.0, they need to let you fly around in the 1.0 regions. It genuinely does not make sense that you can't. Hoyo games are doing worse each patch. I think it depends on the game. I mean, ZZZ was able to turn around, but HSR and Genshin definitely, yeah. Yo, what's up, Thaddeus? How you doing? Am I gonna quit HSR if the Castoris global passive goes live? Okay, so I don't think it would be the global passive specifically that would make me quit HSR. I think what's going to make me quit HSR is if they continue on the path they're going on. And what I mean by that is, like, when the anniversary happens next patch, if people turn around and are just like, oh my god, Hoyo is the best company ever because they had a good anniversary, then this game is cooked. So it's kind of like, well, at that point, why would Hoyo make changes if they're getting the community to say this game is awesome because we had a good anniversary? And if that happens, then I'll be just like, there's no point anymore. Like, I said my piece. I don't think the game is good, nor will it recover to where it was good. So it's kind of like, at that point, you just have to move on. I mean, it'll be what it'll be. Sup, dude, been enjoying your videos, but I was curious what made you drop AK. I'm assuming you mean Arknights, Chas. Assuming you mean Arknights, it's because I felt I completed that game. And that's rare to say for a gacha game. That's extremely rare to say for a gacha game. But I was able to clear all content in the game. I risked 18 every CC in that game. I max risked multiple different CCs, like literally full max risk. So I got to the point where I was kind of like, okay, if I can clear the game and I have all the characters and I have enough resources to get any character I want in the future, I don't know if there's a point for me to continue playing. And I look back at Arknights as one of my favorite games. Not just gacha games, just one of my favorite games, period, because that game was genuinely good. In my eyes, it was a game first, a gacha second. And because I completed it, or because I felt I completed it, is kind of where I was like, alright, I've done enough, I can move on. There's a Dunmeshi collab coming soon, and if you wanted to try integrated strategies, the roguelike mode, I think you'd like it. So I actually did. I did play... I played IS-2, which I think was the one with Phantom, and I played some of IS-3, which was the underwater one. So I did play that before I quit. I quit in September of 2023, so about a year and a couple months ago. So like I remember it, and I've also loosely kept up with the game because I have friends that still play it. But yeah. Let's see. HSR fans deserve it for all the Genshin could never nonsense, to be honest. People forgot these games are run by MiHoYo and Tencent. Oh, 100%. I personally, I always thought it was just a bad faith argument to ever say Genshin could never. It's the same company. Like, no matter how you look at it, like, there's no way that they wouldn't do that for a reason. So... are ads running super often? Kyrie did? 4 ads seems like a lot. That doesn't seem right. I apologize if you guys are getting a ton of ads. To finish what I was saying about Arknights, Chas, if you're still here, I do plan on playing Arknights Enfield. Like 100% I plan on playing that game, and that's a game I'm super excited for because I love the Arknights world. I think the devs for that game are awesome. Like, they made a really, really good product with Arknights. So, despite me moving on from the OG Arknights, I am extremely excited for Enfield when that releases. Because I know that they can make a good game out of it. You can't commit to the open world, so fingers crossed. Yeah, that's fair, honestly. Players should ask for more from the devs. The more comfortable you are accepting everything, the more the devs will get away with things. Yeah, and that's actually something that I've been arguing for a long time. People have the habit of essentially looking at these games as you're with me, meaning you're a shill, or you're against me, meaning you're, like, I guess, for lack of a better word, not a shill. And people forget that there's an in-between where you can keep playing the games and say, hey, this sucks, please make it better. Like, instead of that middle ground, people are just like, well, just quit. You seem burned out. You should take a break. Come back later. Like, that's not how you solve problems. And I really, really wish more people realize that. Because, I mean, I feel like it used to be that way. People could have those discussions and say, yo, fix this stuff. But now the middle, like, yeah, like Rogue Spectre says, the middle ground just doesn't exist. The gray area where you're like, I like what this was, but I want it to be better, just doesn't, it's just not a thing. I'm not saying people can't enjoy the games. I think it's weird to shit on people who still enjoy it, but I think there should be healthy conversations. Oh, 100%. I agree with that. Like, I do not want my content, and I never intended my content to be Hoyo is bad. I will go out of my way to say stuff I have an opinion on, but I will almost always, where possible, try to say, hey, this is bad because it makes me feel this way, and here's what I would do to make it better if I was in the situation of the people that created the problem. I actually learned that back when I was playing Overwatch a ton, the developers for that game took feedback about how you felt a lot better than feedback about this thing is bad. So, for example, if I say the endgame in HSR takes way too long to roll over so the next one comes along, and therefore the game feels worse because I don't have enough content, that is good because it's how I felt. But if I say the lack of endgame is shit and that's it, then that isn't as useful. The issue is the frustrated people kind of focus on the nothing bad is going on, and the people okay with the game state focus on the people who will complain regardless of if the game is perfect. Yeah, that's definitely fair. Unless the community stops pulling, how can it change? True. And that's actually something I'm worried about with the anniversary. Because they've essentially made the problem of global passives for Castorise. So assuming that gets through, right? While you could say it's not a bad thing or whatever, at the end of the day, the global passives will give some people a reason to pull on that banner despite not liking Castorise. But as a result of that, they're offering the quote-unquote discounted packs that have been in the leaks to get people to pull, and that will incentivize people to pull even more. So they created the problem of, oh, here's this thing that will hurt your account if you don't have it, and then here's this things that we're selling you to get that thing. That's where I think it's kind of like scummy, I guess. People are going at each other's throats rather than sitting down and talking. So Luna, this might actually interest you. I actually DM'd Pokey earlier, and we had a pretty long conversation about the drama over the past couple days. So at least in my case, hey, I am sitting down and talking about it, or at least I'm trying to. I won't say what we discussed, obviously, like in specifics, but that conversation did happen. So. Let's see. Hate it equals toxic, love it equals chill, then everyone forgets the point of the conversation. 100%, yeah. From what you understand, the guy has no beef. Yeah, I don't really think he does either. But I felt that there was some stuff that was being misconstrued that I just wanted to talk with him about, so. Was there a conclusion? Yes, but again, like I said, I don't really want to give specifics because it was a private conversation. I was just bringing that up because Luna is one of Pokey's mods. but I don't really plan on discussing it past that. It was just relevant to what Luna was saying there, so. You can't trust Hoyo with anything until you see it done. The Genshin improvements to the gacha were disappointing to say the least. Do you mean the capturing radiance or whatever, Neophyte? Because, I mean, I don't know. I think they were okay. Like, it definitely could have been better, but, I mean, at least it was a start. I would be really interested to see if at the next anniversary they don't improve it again. For example, like, what if they actually ended up making the weapon banner in Genshin a guarantee, and they just said, screw it. Like, pick what you want and you'll get it. Like, I could see them doing something like that. Because, I mean, you have to think, like, if Wuwa is doing pretty well right now with that system, Genshin is not doing well without that system. So it's kind of like, well, what if... Yeah, they kind of have to do something there. You think guaranteeing 2 rolls and crafted artifacts is pretty great and should be the standard? Yeah. I will say, though, they definitely need to... They definitely need to give us more of the things to craft that stuff. Like, at least in HSR, I feel like you get the modeling resin relatively frequently, but you do not get that stuff in Genshin often at all. It shouldn't have taken 5 years to make guaranteed rolls. Yeah, definitely not. People did not like loot boxes. It was only OW and people didn't like it. I mean, the US was already deep into loot boxes. What changed is how they feel about Asian gacha. I mean, yeah, I guess, a little bit. But also they hadn't really... I mean, I wouldn't say the US has been exposed to that prior to Genshin, so it's kind of a weird scenario. The difference is that Overwatch loot boxes only give cosmetics. True, yeah. You quit gachas by the end of 3.0. It felt like a chore rather than a fun side hobby. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, honestly, it really is. I mean, especially if you've got other stuff going on. I mean, like you said earlier, you'd rather play Mario Odyssey, and I think that's normal. Like, your interests will change. And honestly, at some point, you might come back and be like, alright, it's worth my time to play gachas again. But if you're not feeling that way right now, then, I mean, no one can fault you for that. You're enjoying the background gameplay, yeah. So am I just yapping today, or am I playing the story or other modes in Wuthering Waves? I think for the time being, I kind of want to keep my streams as just yapping, because I do actually enjoy just kind of like talking with chat. Later I might do the Apocalyptic Shadow in Genshin, or in HSR, and at that point I guess it would be real content, but for now I'm just kind of wandering around. Even then, you still hope the games end up successful and improve. Yeah, and that's completely fair. I mean, like I said earlier, I've quit Arknights, but that I still view that as a fantastic game, and I only want for the best for it. So it's kind of like, you know, you can quit something and not interact with it anymore. Like, it could be like a fan base. Like, maybe you used to be a K-pop stan or something. Like, you could not interact with K-pop stuff anymore, but you could still be like, alright, you know, I appreciate the people that enjoy this content and everything else. I just think that's a normal way to go about it. Completely normal. You really want these games to thrive despite quitting them? Exactly, yeah. I mean, even when I quit HSR, or I guess I should say if I quit HSR, if or when that happens, it's not like I'm going to go to immediately saying HSR is a dogshit game and I don't think it deserves anyone playing it and that kind of stuff. Because I've put so much time into this game and I still think it is a good game. Ralu, let's not talk about politics stuff. That's a bit weird to just randomly drop. Anyway, like I was saying, if or when I quit HSR, it's not like I'm going to immediately swap over to HSR sucks. Because at the end of the day, I can quit something and it's only temporary. So if HSR improves in the future after this theoretical time period where I quit, I could always come back if it gets better. So that's a whole nother thing to consider. You love the immersion and stories that Hoyoverse brings? I will say I used to be a lot more immersed in them. That's definitely changed. I think how immersed I am has changed definitely for HSR and Genshin. Genshin specifically because it's been 5 years and we still have no idea what's going on with our twin. Like as the traveler. And then with HSR, I'm honestly, it's all just presentation for me. You think HSR is a good experience for new players? Oh, 100% agree. The new player experience is amazing. And it's amazing not just for HSR, it's good for Genshin, it's good for ZZZ, it's good for Wuwa. You were with Genshin and Honkai 3rd from the start. Oh, you're a Honkai 3rd player. Okay. I did try playing Honkai 3rd at one point, but I was having PC issues at the time, so my PC kept crashing and I never stuck with it. But I have watched all the cinematics and I've also watched I've watched some content creators go over the lore and story for the game, so I have like a general understanding of it. It always seemed pretty interesting to me. You hope HSR will have better presentation and storytelling? Yeah. I mean, they did say that 3.2 is when we're probably going to see improvements for that kind of stuff, so I am actually very curious as to what it will be like in 3.2. Like, if it's the same old stuff, then I'll be concerned. But for the time being, I feel like both myself and a lot of others are just in a wait-and-see kind of state. I think Axe said it earlier when he was here, that like 3.2 is basically going to make or break the game for a lot of people. Like we need to see improvements there, and if not, that's when there's going to be a drop-off. But that said, like I mentioned earlier, I really don't think that it's out of the realm of possibility for Hoyo to really sell like Casteris and make up a ton of money anyway. You like the story being told on Amorpheus, but they definitely need to improve the presentation. Yeah, I think that's the general consensus for most people. You really hope they stop putting stall bosses in MOC if they're going to keep pushing HP up. I just hope they stop pushing HP up. I think something that all Hoyo games need to do. Bro is still saying Amorpheus. Oh my god, am I actually got... Oh, jeez. I don't know, like, my brain just wants to say Amorpheus instead of Amphoreus. But yeah, anyway, something I think all Hoyo games need to learn is that they need to put a power ceiling on their game. Because, like, for example, I'll use ZZZ as an example because it's the easiest one to make an example of. In ZZZ, Miyabi is, like, far and beyond the strongest character in that game. If there is someone released that is as strong as Miyabi, or stronger, and they are not a Void Hunter, I think that is a problem. So what I mean by power ceiling is that Miyabi and other Void Hunters should be the ceiling of how strong a character can be, and it should be limited to them. And that could be extrapolated to all of their games. So like in Genshin, the Archons should be the strongest characters, but they're not. Like Raiden is not as strong as, for example, Arlecchino. And then in HSR, Acheron is definitely not as strong as some of the newer characters. Alright, Songjin. I'll still be here probably, so. You quit HSR in 3.0, you lost the light cone banner for the Herda, and the game desperately needs a guaranteed weapon banner or something? Yeah. You think high HP is fine in cases like Nikador, where if you interact with the mechanics, you're fine? That's also true. I think if there were new mechanics being added, I don't think it's as big of a deal, but also, I think it's undeniable to say that even with the mechanics, Nikador is still a hard boss because of his HP. Like, if Nikador was the exact same boss he is now, with let's say 3 million less HP, I think it would have made a very, very sizable difference. They could also add a way to keep up with a consistent rise of the power ceiling, like a way to actually choose a gacha character now and then. That's definitely one thing they could do. The other thing they could do is increase the amount of pulls we get. Like, that could be something. Because right now, you get enough for, like, half of a guarantee per patch. Maybe a little bit more. So if they actually gave us, like, I don't know, let's say 130 pulls per patch, I think that's a lot more reasonable. But they just don't do that. So that also plays into power creep. I think you should have to beat a rhythm game every time you rob an ult to make the game more balanced. That's funny. Oh, Axel, I don't know if you're still here, by the way. I just remembered you asked a question about the Blade video earlier. That was just a random shitpost that I thought was funny. I mean, depending on who you ask, it wasn't really that funny, but I thought it was, and all of my content has been stuff that I have personally wanted to make. So just because, you know, I felt like making that, it's what I made for the week. So that's all it was. It wasn't anything serious. You think him having less HP may not be the problem, it's just his spears are tanky as well. If you recall, his spears do a bunch of his HP and War Armor does a bunch as well. Yeah, definitely. But also if the boss's total HP was lower, then, I mean, the spear's HP would be lower too, right? So it's kind of effectively the same thing. At least, I think, maybe? The team that does HSR's combat balancing and design just needs to be fired. Oh. I mean, that's a bit aggressive, but yeah. I mean, they're definitely not doing a good job, and I do wonder if that's something that they're trying to do on their own, or if it's from some higher up telling them that they just want them to get, like, to just make as much money as possible. Like, I mean, we'll never know, but yeah. I've seen a few people mentioning ads here. I am sorry, I'm not sure why it's giving you guys so many ads. I don't know if there's a way to change that either. Why are there so many ads? Yeah, I genuinely, I am not sure. I'm sorry. I don't believe I changed any of the settings to, like, give more ads or anything like that. Let me see. I mean, maybe I can change it somewhere? Oh, I can. Hold on. Okay, I increased, or I lowered the frequency of ads. I don't know why it was sending them so often, but I lowered them, so I apologize. If you get a channel membership, you get a global buff stopping ads. True. Yo, Fleur, I like your vids. Yo, thank you, dude. I appreciate that. Let me go back and read because I wasn't paying attention to chat while I was fixing the ad thing. HSR's lack of combat depth feels like a large reason for power creep. Hmm. Do I agree with that? I mean, I think it is true, but also I think it's less about combat depth and more about game design. Because the game was designed with characters only having one skill. And I guess they're ult if you count that as a as another skill. So, like, if I compare it to another turn-based game, like, for example, FGO, every single character in that game in FGO has 3 skills and their ultimate. So there's a lot of depth added to it, and that's not including their passives, to be clear. So what we got in HSR is a very, very dumbed-down version of what turn-based games actually are and should be. So, I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily combat depth as much as it is the game was designed from the ground up to be basically for babies, like Axe said. You can give 50 more options, but Aventurine still shits on Fujuan. See, that's the thing. I don't actually agree with that. If characters had more... So, like, if characters had more skills that made them unique from each other, then that gives you a reason to play them in niche scenarios. It would be less about one character shitting on another, and more about where is Fujuan usable, and where is Aventurine usable. Like, more options gives you niches. And that's actually something that I've talked about with in past videos, where not only could this problem be solved by having more skills, I think it could also be solved by offering incentives for running characters in different ways. And they could do that in a variety of ways. It could be something super simple by giving a third team in something like MOC. Or it could be more complicated, for example, like adding in the... what are they called in ZZZ? It's like faction bonuses, basically. Like, if you had an incentive, like, if you had a faction bonus for running Fujuan with Jingwan, wouldn't you be more incentivized to use her with him rather than Aventurine? And that's not even like considering what they could do if they added skills. You would love more niche content, but how do you add that when the content is the characters? You do it by offering a chance to play all of them. because there's always two sides to every endgame. So if one side is catered towards the banner character, and the next side is catered towards, let's say the Luofu faction, then you have an incentive to play whoever is on rate up and those older characters. And that's their niche. Enemy getting character traits or maybe real faction bonuses. Yeah, it could be traits as well. See, the problem with HSR's combat isn't the combat itself, genuinely. It's that Hoyoverse isn't willing to add like anything past the, like baby's first turn-based game kind of stuff. Like having two buttons to press is bad. Like it's just period. It is just bad game design. But they're also not willing to add any more, so I guess it's just kind of something we have to deal with, question mark? They're too worried about alienating the casuals, yeah. And that's honestly a real shame, because a lot of people started playing HSR because they were tired of Genshin not having endgame. So the fact that people were pulled into HSR for its endgame, and it essentially turned out to be a bait and switch, didn't really do the game any favors. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's just me. You don't think HSR is that casual with how they've been scaling endgame? I mean, that is a good point, actually. But I think my counterpoint to that, Sketches, would be that it's less about it being... the HP inflation is less about it being casual or not, and more about them trying to make money. Because let's be honest here, a casual will do autoplay. So if a casual player rolls the new character and gets Herta, for example, or Aglaya, the autoplay is still going to clear for them. So increasing HP and leaving the older characters in the dust doesn't really add depth to the game. It just means get the new character. And if you want to use your old ones, that's where you actually have to have a level of skill and knowledge of how to make them still work. And even then, you still have to spend weeks upon months building them out, building their supports out, potentially getting Eidolons and Light Cones on their supports, and only then will you be able to use your old characters. Casuals treat character collection as the main goal, not the combat. I agree with that, yeah. And a lot of casual play. There's actually, you guys would be surprised how many casual whales there are. That's not something a lot of people think about, but there are a lot of people that literally play the game whenever a new character is released, roll the character, play for a little bit more, and then they're just like, all right, I'll come back whenever the next character is released. And then they repeat the process over and over and over again. The issue is on two ends, you have things like HSR where everything is too easy and it's just a build difference, and then there's Fire Emblem Heroes where every unit is a wall of text. That's fair, but I think there's a middle ground. Yeah, like you said, finding the middle ground. And honestly, I think the way to do that, the way to find the middle ground is by making skills more generic. So FGO is a far from perfect game, but I think it's relevant here because I used it as an example earlier where it has three skills. So in that game, there are multiple characters that have the exact same skill for one of their three. For example, it could be a 20% party attack boost, and that's one of their three skills. So it can be super simple like that and still be depth added to the game because it is a separate skill from, for example, an enhanced Imbibitor Dan Hang basic attack. Like you can have both. It's really just a matter of Hoyo. I don't know if Hoyo wants to do something like that. I mean, they clearly don't, but yeah. The way Genshin players find their own middle ground from your POV is they choose an X character domain and focus on maxing them. Yeah, that's definitely one thing they could do. And Genshin lets you do that, you're right. Because in that game, the power creep is slow. Um, so it doesn't end up mattering for them. What's your take on casuals thinking the current sparse amount of events and content is fine? So once again, I think it's a middle ground. Because if you look at Hoyoverse games as a whole, Genshin and HSR are in a really bad spot for events, whereas ZZZ is on the opposite end of the spectrum where it has way too many events. So like literally, again, all of their games need to like literally collectively get together and be like, hey, both of our systems are bad. Let's do something like in between. And then I think all three other games will just have like a huge improvement in that regard. Um, Imbibitor Dan Hang was an interesting concept because they could have made every level of his skill valuable with different scenarios, but you really just use his level 3, yeah. And that's the only thing that ends up mattering. Alright. Oh, there's a new event stage. I did not realize that. It's I'm not entirely sure what you mean by that, Kairudin. Gen 1 of HSR was a time where skill point economy mattered. From Gen 2 onwards, you basically never run out. I would argue that Gen 1 of HSR is when pretty much all of the mechanics had relevance, and Gen 2 is where all of them stopped having relevance. Like, it wasn't just SP. I mean, it was its elements, weaknesses, breaking the enemy. Like, all that shit just does not matter anymore. I mean, I guess you could argue breaking still does because super break exists, but that's just such like a boring mechanic that it kind of took the nuance out of what breaking meant. I have to say it's kind of ironic that there is a Robin song playing right now as we're talking about Gen 2. Although I guess most of you won't be able to hear that because it's only playing for Twitch. You feel like ZZZ's event schedule is fine. Anything that isn't a flagship event is like a 2-minute task. I mean, I get that, but also I feel like those 2-minute tasks could literally just be part of the main event. Like it doesn't have to be like running. Like there was an event like a week ago or so where we had to run our store, and that was the event in ZZZ. There's no reason that couldn't have been slotted into like the Bang Boo dancing event, for example, where instead of doing a random combat mission, we had to run our store to get money, and then we used that money to buy an outfit for our Bang Boo. So it feels like a pointless event they tacked on at the end of the patch instead of something that could have been pretty neatly slotted into the actual main event. And I guess that's my issue. How long have you been playing Wuthering Waves? So I played Wuthering Waves from launch to the start of 1.2. Then I saw that 1.2 was had basically no content and I quit. And then I came back, I want to say 4 days before the end of the Carlotta banner, and that's when I got her. And then I've been playing daily since, though very casually. Timing breaks was the best part about playing Gen 1 break. You actually had to plan multiple turns ahead. Oh, I 100% I 100% agree. Playing break in the first few months of the game was actually so fun to me. There was a content creator that I watched back then called Lily Aquina, and they were like a shill for break back then because doing breaks actually was more damage than you could get out of a basic crit build. And the fact that you actually had to think about, who is the one breaking, who do you put break effect on, and how do you build your support so that you can take turns to avoid them actually being the one to break. Like, all of that was important, whereas now it's literally just break the enemy and then you'll super break them. It's just silly. Hot take, Robin was a sign of the end times for Star Rail. Everything before her was fine, but Robin pushed the standard. Okay, so that might be a fun thing to actually talk about here. Hold on. Let me pull up the banner. Let me pull up the banners for HSR. Okay, hold on. Give me a second to pull up my browser here. Window capture, I think. Okay, let me make this smaller. Okay. There we go. So let's see. In 1.0, we had Sela and Jingyuan. I think they were fine. Luocha and Silverwolf. I mean, depending on who you ask, Silverwolf was really important because she was the weakness implant. But in my opinion, I actually don't think Silverwolf was a problem at all. It became a problem later when everyone could either ignore or implant their own weakness. So I think that was fine. Kafka released and Blade released. I wouldn't say they caused any problems. Fujuan and Dill, no problems. Topaz was honestly not an amazing character on her launch. She got better later. Jingliu was roughly the same strength as Dill, so that wasn't a problem. Argenti and Huohuo. I mean, Huohuo has become really good now, but I remember a lot of people saying she wasn't necessary back in the past, so she was definitely not like a big one. And then we get to Free Ratio and Ron May. Was Ron May the turning point? I mean, what do you guys think? Was Ron May worse than Robin or Acheron? I mean, in my eyes, I kind of think I don't think she was worse, but I also don't think that she was significantly like I don't know the right way to phrase this. Like, I don't think she was the beginning of the end, but I do think she was a tell for what's to come. Because as who said it? Yeah, so as Zendro said, she was the first limited support and she did literally everything. She gave you speed, she gave you break efficiency, she gave you a damage boost, she gave you res pen. Like, she gave you break delay and break damage. Like, all in one character for the very, very first limited support. So, while I think it's fine for the limited support to do a lot, I think that the fact that they opened up with a character being that good was a telltale sign that going forward, the limited supports would have to do something as good as her, or better. One thing to consider is that Sparkle was better in hyper teams than Ranmei. Ranmei became a better character because of Super Break. That's fair. But also, I don't necessarily think that discounts what I was saying, where like her being so good set a standard. Because so like, think of Genshin, right? For those of you that have played it. Let's see, Genshin characters. Is it like Genshin GG? Sure, this will work. So if we look at 5-star supports in Genshin, who would be one of the early ones? I mean, Bennett, honestly, probably just Bennett, right? Bennett is so strong that pretty much every support released after him was forced to be niche or or do something unique that he didn't do. So our next best support after Bennett would have been Kazuha, like Axe said. And Kazuha added grouping on top of res reduction, which is something Bennett didn't do. Then we go later into, hold on, Genshin banner history. We can look at the same thing here. Like, I think it's actually a thing, it's a thing that Hoyo does in all of their games, where like, once they have the standard set, everything afterwards has to do something different and better. And that kind of, like, it wasn't as bad in Genshin because everything is playable and there's no power creep, but in HSR it is because it's the opposite. Like, when Sunday released, Sparkle is dead in a ditch. So, like, a character releasing, and then one character releasing who does something unique that's slightly better than them in some aspects fills a niche, and then the next character that's in that same niche has to be better, or otherwise why would you get them over Sparkle? And then on top of that, Robin was like, okay, we've already released. Yeah. So I agree with what you're saying, Luna, now after looking at this. I think Robin was definitely the beginning, or not the beginning of the end. She was I guess the caller of end times, for lack of a better way to phrase that. But we all should have known it was coming right when Ranmei released. Is I guess where my brain is with it. There were signs before Robin, and Robin was like the straw that broke the camel's back. That's kind of where I'm at with it. You know how Sunday buffs summons more but can be used for other comps? That's how Robin buffs follow-ups but fits into basically anywhere. I think Sparkle should be that, but for basic and skill. Do I agree with that? I honestly don't know if I agree with that, Neophyte. Not necessarily because I think the take is bad, but because of how Hoyo designs. Like, I don't know how to word this. I think the current state of Hoyo games isn't. Okay, hold on, I need to like put my thoughts together about this. I think it is fine if a character is extremely niche for one thing. Like, for example, if Sparkle is really good for basic attack characters, I think that would be fine if and only if we got more pulls so that we could actually get more characters. Because if you need Sparkle for a basic attack character, and then you need Sunday for summons, and then you need, you know, Tribby for an HP scaler, and you need X for Y, and A for B, then, and we're still only getting enough for a 50-50 each patch, then that just plays even harder into power creep and having to get all these different things that people don't necessarily want to pull for. So, in other words, basically, if the game wasn't a gacha, I think that would be a completely valid way to look at how support should be designed, but because it's a gacha, it can't really work that way. You think that's why you were stressing over pulling Chirby? Yeah, because, I mean, realistically, if you look at it, you have to consider, is Tribby going to be the best character for a character I want to play in the future? And if yes, and you don't get Tribby, then you're left with whatever you have apart from Tribby. And that's not to say that things won't work, right? Like, you could use Ranmei as a generalist replacement for Tribby. But that doesn't change the fact that if Tribby was more niche, for example, it would make you more inclined to get her. If this game was retail instead of a gacha, it wouldn't have to use the 2-button baby system to begin with, yeah? I mean, that's fair. I will say that it's not necessarily out of the realm of possibility that a gacha game company could make a game that they sell for one price and you just get to play it. Because I believe the developers of Arknights did that. If I'm not mistaken, they did that with a game called, what was it, like X Asterisk or something like that? But yeah. Ranmei was a great generalist, and then they decided Robin should advance the entire damn team. Yeah, and on top of that, Robin is a generalist, so it's like, oof. Do you think Sunday's light cone was the first case of a support low-key needing their light cone? No, because Sunday doesn't need his light cone. I mean, the difference is you go from basically an almost SP neutral character to an SP positive character, but that doesn't change the fact that he's still playable without it. I don't actually think there's a support that literally needs their light cone. Am I going to make a video on the HSR story? I have a video idea to discuss something. I don't want to spoil it, but I have a video idea to discuss something, and related to that topic, HSR story would be mentioned, if that counts. Supports won't need their light cone because DDD exists. Yeah, that's fair. And even if they do it how they've been doing it, where like supports can be other paths, for example, Fugue, there's always the defense shred one, Pearls. So even then, I mean, none of them need their light cone, they just purposely make them feel annoying to play so people pull for the light cone. Oh yeah, and I agree with that. I think DPS characters actually have it worse in terms of light cone, because a lot of DPS characters feel awful to play without it. I mean, Akron is the biggest example. It would have been so easy for Thoda to have a trace that gave her a free skill point after ulting. Yeah, it would have, and instead they decided to sell it. Yoon Lee no light cone is miserable. Yeah. One of my friends, I have Yoon Lee with light cone, and one of my friends copes by running links. So yeah, they don't have a good time basically running links. Did I finish the 3.1 story? I have not played it since the last stream. If I can be completely honest for a moment, my desire to play HSR is not super high at the moment. As much as I don't like it being that way, just the general negativity around the game as well as the drama over the past few days doesn't really incentivize me to want to log in and play. Which sucks, because it is still a game that I do enjoy despite the flaws. But it's hard for me to overlook some of the issues the game has at the moment. And I'll be honest with you, like that could be just me. That could be me just letting it affect me when it shouldn't. But, you know, sometimes you can't really help it. Things will affect you even if you don't want them to. And the generals, and to be clear, I know that I play a part into the negative game state of the game. So realistically, I could have just not made my Hoyo vs. Longcon video, and I probably wouldn't feel the way I feel right now about the game, or at least not as strongly. But I do, so... Or I did, and I do feel that way, so can't really change that now. Sorry about the more heavy topic. I know not everyone wants to hear that kind of stuff, so... You wish Genshin would take some combat inspiration from Wuwa? I mean, what do you mean? Like, what would you like to see in, I played the 3.1 story if you guys want a summary. I appreciate that, but no, I do plan on playing it at some point. I just don't want to play it right now. So I do appreciate it, but eventually I will get around to it. Yo, Wizmaster, I don't remember if you were here earlier in the stream. For some reason my brain is saying that's the first message you sent, so yo, what's up? How's it going? Let's see. You guys are making me want to reinstall Reverse 1999. I've actually considered that, because I really did enjoy Reverse on launch. I actually think the story for Reverse 1999 was fantastic. I played it from the beginning till chapter 4 because that was available on launch. And then it was taking them a while to release more. And on top of that, the events felt a little bit too samey, but I've heard all that stuff has improved since. So I honestly have been tempted to go back and play more of it. I've also been tempted to play Limbus Company. But I'm not sure... I'm not sure if I want to at the moment. Reverse 1999 is absolutely worth it. It's the best side game of all time. Yeah, I mean, I actually really like the characters in that game. I like Kornbloom, I like Jessica. Jessica's story and her event was actually really good, even if I didn't like the gameplay of it. But yeah. I have to use the bathroom real quick, and I'm also going to get some water, so I will return in like a couple minutes. So I will be right back.
あなたに対するイメージ、そうね。温かな笑顔の人かしら。知りゆく運命にあるからこそ、人はそれを美しく思う。あなたに対するイメージ、そうね。温かな笑顔の人かしら。
All right, I'm back. Hello. Um, what did I miss? Let's see. Let's see. We should pretend he's muted when he comes back. All right, dude. You've taken a break from HSR because the general aura around it has put you off from playing it so much. Yeah. And again, like I keep saying, I am fully aware that I am in that same boat because I play a part into it. But I also don't think it's necessarily just me that's kind of putting out that content, so I guess I can't take really like full quote-unquote blame for it. But yeah. Guilty? Okay. Like you said last stream, you stopped work on your video. Yeah, I remember that. And honestly, that... like, it sucks. It really does. Like, I desperately want this game to be in a spot where people feel comfortable talking about stuff like that. And right now, I really don't know if people are in a spot like that. You kind of get it, you're a Wuwa player and the state of HSR has even reached your circles. Yeah. I'm honestly kind of surprised that you're a Wuwa player and you're here. Because, I mean, for the most part, all of my content is HSR. I mean, I guess I mean, unless you were from the Hoyo versus playing the long con video. Why did bro wait for him to recover? I'll be honest, my brain thought that when I ulted it died, but obviously why would it die when it's a boss? Yeah. Neophyte, you asked for my Carlotta stats. Here you go. There's still actually room for this to get... I think it's pretty solid, but there's definitely still room for this to be better. But it's tough because I need to keep a certain energy recharge threshold. So yeah. I do have her signature weapon, by the way. So let me see, where is it at? I think it was this, right? Okay, so yeah, so this piece here, I actually have a better one cost in terms of like crit value. Hold on. Yeah, so this one, it is crit rate, crit damage, and attack percent, which is better than what I have equipped, which is this, but I can't lose this ER. Otherwise my rotation just wouldn't work. And basically none of my other pieces are replaceable. Like this isn't replaceable, pretty much. This could be replaced, but again, it has ER, so same problem. This isn't really replaceable. And then this has such high crit rolls that it would be difficult to replace. So... how did I get this free to play? So before I quit, I had... What did I have? I had like... I think I had like 14k of the Astrite, and I also had a bunch of the Coral to buy stuff in the shop. So when I came back, I basically rolled for Carlotta, and then I spent the rest that I had available to get get a weapon. Let me look back a bit. To be fair, you and Axe are one of the most constructive and well-spoken CCs. I appreciate that, Neophyte. Thank you. How much ER is needed? From what I understand, you need somewhere between like 110 to 120. See you later, Songjin. Yeah, so Luna, if you make that video, I don't know what your channel is, assuming you have one, but I would love to hear your thoughts on that. So if you make it, I mean, feel free to link it in Discord or whatever. Or maybe you already did. I don't actually know. So you have 139 ER in your Carlotta. That's, from what I understand, that's more than enough, so basically, the way that I play Carlotta is I watched a Braxophone video. He told me the rotation I'm supposed to have, and that's the rotation I do. And then to pull off that rotation, I found that I need roughly the amount of ER that I have, and going lower means I don't pull off the rotation cleanly enough. Brax mentioned, yeah. Carlotta looks pretty fun. She is, definitely, yeah. I like playing both her and Peeb. I've also got Yinlin and Chang Li, but I played them so much, like, when I was still playing at the launch of the game, that I'm not, like, super interested in playing them right now. But I do plan on playing them more at some point. Chang Li and No Brant bricked. Hey, listen, I pulled Chang Li when she launched. So You could call me a true Chang Li simp. You're just getting her because she's good with Brant. Peeb is a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, she's definitely one of my more favorite characters to play, that is. I haven't done enough story to really have an opinion on her, but yeah. The designs of Wuwa pushed you away until 2.0. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, if you compare, like, if you compare these two, I would, or if you look at these two, I would honestly consider them to be more quote unquote gooner. Whereas if you look at like Carlotta or Peeb, there's definitely some gooner aspect to them, or at least Carlotta. But like Peeb is a very, I would say, normal design apart from the short skirt. So much less gooner and more normal, I would say. How long is the stream gonna be this time? I don't know. Yin Lin was so overtly gooner I couldn't. Yeah. I honestly, I found her gameplay fun. I played her as a main DPS, which obviously isn't super viable, but I did it anyway. So that's honestly a large part of the reason I got her. Yo, Toxic Abyss, what's up? How's it going? You like Yinlin's ult animation? Yeah, it's cool. I mean, obviously there's the Gooner part, which is the boob jiggle, but like the ult itself is kind of cool, in my opinion. Peeb's character design reminds you of a magical girl. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's what she was kind of designed after, like card capture Sakura and stuff like that. I mean, she's even got the broomstick. Like, what you usually do is find the main DPS that you like and pull the best supports. Yeah, and I think that's actually the best way to play these kind of games. I think in a game like, I mean, it definitely depends on the game, to be clear. Because honestly, in some games, supports just won't save a DPS. And I'm not specifically talking about like any one game here. There's lots of gotchas that are like that. So for them, at that point, it can sometimes be worth it to just be like, all right, I'm just going to collect the character. But in other ones, yeah, that's kind of what you need to do. Like getting a Robin for your Fei Zhao, for example. The only time you skipped a beat in slot support is Zeji, because frankly, she's kind of ugly. Hey, that's your opinion. Some people are huge fans of Zeji, and then other people are just like, nah, not for me. So I totally get it. Her design is alright, but the boob jiggle. Wait, does Zeji have boob jiggle? I didn't even. I mean, I never really looked at her to notice, because she's not a design that appeals to me. Like, I think she's okay, but it's not like a I really like this design kind of thing. So I never really looked past, like, she has jiggles on her. Isn't she like, don't take this the wrong way, but isn't she kind of like flat? Like, what is there to jiggle? Like, unless I'm just wrong. I mean, maybe she's not. Tell some of those YouTubers to join on the Twitch too. Hey, I mean, yeah, guys, if you don't know, by the way, I am multi-streaming. If you would rather watch on Twitch and get like 7 TV emotes and stuff like that, they are there. So keep that in mind. I'm pretty sure there's less delay as well, if that matters to you. It's annoying to see some of the flat characters in this game to have jiggle physics. Yeah, that makes sense. You guys don't like Twitch? Yeah, and that's perfectly fine. I'm just passing along the message. The heck is that? Does anyone know why the water here is glowing yellow? Oh, it's just P? Oh, it's a 5-star. Alright, hold on. It's the spot with the interaction for the boat echo. Oh. Uh, maybe one of them is around here somewhere? Alright, Axe, here you go. Since you said that this is my luck for a 5-star, if I get Brant here, you were right. Darn. Who could have seen this coming? You hope they make more designs like Sanhua and Danjin. Agreed. Question though for you, Luna. Do you like Sanhua's skin or do you like her default? You like both? Yeah. I'm more partial to this, but it's also newer. She was one of my favorite characters at launch, so I actually do have a pretty solid build for her as well, which I'm pretty happy with. I mean, considering this is a support, not bad. Oh wait, I did this already. Oops. Sanhua could be your wife. All right. You studied animation in college. It's always nice to see designs that actually interact with the things that happen around them and our clothes flow properly. Let's see. Hold on. True. Yeah. When are we getting another Axe collab? Uh, hmm. I guess that would depend on when him and I can think of something to do together. I mean, for the time being, there's not a whole lot going on in most of the games, so. Co-op Wuwa. I'll be honest, there's not. I mean, I don't know. I guess I could Echo Farm, but I don't really think I would need to right now. I was actually thinking about swapping over to HSR and doing some of the Apocalyptic Shadow. Because I do need to actually do that at some point. This aspect they should improve if they ever. Do you mean co-op? Question mark? I mean, I did notice that in co-op there was definitely a lot of like desync and lag when I played with Axe the other day. Um, that was kind of annoying, but yeah. And there was also the co-op racing event, which was kind of nice. Where was it? Yeah, Apex or Guna. This was kind of fun. But again, it had the same issues of like desync and stuff like that. So, you really want a co-op mode in HSR? Yeah, that would be nice. I mean, I keep saying it, but guilds and raids would be so fun to have in HSR.
あなたに対するイメージ
Yo, Aeromorph on Twitch. Thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate that.
温かな笑顔の人かしら
All right. I think I'm going to swap over to HSR because I do want to do the Apoc Shadow thing. So let me quickly make a thumbnail to change over to here. Just give me a second. How's it going, dude? You heard Apex for Gooners?
切りゆく運命に
Wait, what, Neophyte? Did I say that?
人はそれを美しく思う
Or when I mean I said Apocalyptic Shadow. You always grind HSR endgame the instant it resets because all you need all the jades you can get. That's fair. Apex for Guna, Apex for Gooners. Oh, I get you, I get
切りゆ
you.
く運命にあるからこそ人はそれを美しく思う
Instead of making HP more, we should just make more bosses like Sleepy, which benefit you by having certain units but are still good for everyone. Yeah, I think that would be alright. Definitely.
「あなたに対するイメージそうね温かな笑顔の人かしら
Sleepy is the nightmare boss from Penacony Wizmaster.
人はそれを美しく思う
Yeah, something unto death or the nightmare or whatever. All right. Let me close out a Wuwa here and I'm going to launch HSR. Excuse the black screen for a second here. A black screen, is this an HSR reference? Oh, 100% X. Sleepy almost made you uninstall back in your day. In your defense, you were new. That's fair. Is Wrap a Light Cone worth it? It is a big damage increase, but I would not say it's necessary. I mean, maybe it would be necessary at that point because what am I? It might be necessary at that point because by then there will be more power creep, as shitty as that is to say. It's 100% strong, but also it's kind of like, I don't know, Fugi 1 may be better, if that's what you're thinking. Alright. I think I have the game muted. Hold on. You think Yanqing is a fine boss too because while it's definitely better to bring those elements, you can still break his swords without it? Wait, it's been so long since I fought Yanqing. Can you? Like, can you break those swords without having those elements? It's possible, yeah. Okay. I'll be honest, like I said, it's been so long that I don't entirely remember. But yeah. The random weakness makes every fight a different experience. Every other boss is near deterministic if your build is good. That's true, yeah. Yeah, I was Luna, I was definitely not a fan of the choir and how much it basically just shield break. That was just a pain. Okay, what do we got here? We have physical, ice, lightning, wind weak. And then we have ice, lightning, imaginary. That doesn't really give you a whole lot of options. They kind of have the same weaknesses. Uh, what do you guys want to see me run here? I guess I could run my cooked Acheron on one half. She's very poorly built though. Run Jingliu. My Jingliu is has a terrible build. She's on an attack orb, which is less than ideal. And I also don't have Sunday as well, which doesn't help. Run Jingliu with Blade. Alright, I don't actually think this is gonna clear, but I will run it. Let's see, what could I run here? This is probably fine. Why not? And then on second half, I can just run like a Herda team here. Oh right, you can actually run sustainless on this Apoc, right? I forgot that I didn't even look at the weaknesses. I should probably look at that. Not the weaknesses, the mechanic. If you run Blade with Tribby, Robin, Sparkle, he probably clears the first side. Okay, what does this say? So, whenever you break the enemy, control states are dispelled, you get all your SP back, and you get healed. Basic attack damage is also increased, and so is skill damage. Okay. I mean, that's alright. Tribby, so... Oh my god, English. Tribby Showcase? Yeah. She's also E1, so that doesn't really help either. Tribby plus MC? Alright, sure, why not? Well, if I do that, then I don't have anything for the second half. because I don't have another support for the Herta team other than RMC. I mean, I guess I could run Akron on the second half. That would be a separate team. Hmm. Yeah, why not? I'll try it out. My Akron build is cooked, but why not? Where's the RMC? Am I blind? Oh, it's Harmony. Oops. You didn't want to pull Tribby, but you have to admit she makes Herta teams much more comfy. Yeah. I'll be honest with you though, I didn't actually pull her specifically for Herta. I pulled her for Yunli. I mean, it's a bonus that Tribby is really useful in other teams, but I definitely pulled her for Yunli. Rare Yunli puller. Yeah, true. She's one of the few characters in the game that actually makes you think and is fun to play. So that's kind of why I keep investing into her team. Okay, what could I run here for the Akron team? Sparkle, Pella. I don't have Joutko. Acheron. I don't even know what else I would run here. Yunli has an awesome sword too. True. I should get Joucho so Acheron is playable. Yeah, but also I don't really like him, so. Maybe you'll think on getting Yunli for fun too. Too bad Jades are scarce. Yeah, I mean, in my eyes, she is one of the most fun characters in the game, but also without investment, she is replaceable. I mean, she obviously has her significant niche of like Hule, I guess, but there are definitely spots where there's just better options. So, unless you're getting her for fun, I wouldn't necessarily say it's worth it. How is Yunli without her Sig? So I don't actually, I mean, I haven't really played her without her Sig, because I just kind of got both off rip, but I think Luna was saying earlier that it's not that fun. Um, so would have to take that, or would have to take their word for it. Oh, he just opened up with dice. I did not expect that. Alright. Question is, do I even live? This Aventurine is quirky. I mean, if it's anything like the one from a while ago, yeah, I mean, it's gonna be kind of a pain. You'll uninstall if Scott becomes playable. 300k might be reachable. Yeah, we will see. Let's find out. Will he hit 300k with true damage and Tribby being active? Not even close.
喧嘩の爽快この月下で全てを照らさん飛べーはっはっ課長西風に乗って出発や送ってやろう
Oh, there we go. 270 on his basic. Blade's got something going for him, at least. Yeah, I've kind of noticed that the healing, or not having a sustain definitely does not hurt you here, which is kind of nice. Jingliu is her. Let's see, what's the ult damage? 352? Maybe she is, I don't know. The double true damage. Holy, a 528 on Blade. The 300k was reachable for him. The cinema finish, here we go. 337. No way. That honestly wasn't even a terrible clear, like genuinely. I wonder if this team would be able to clear on difficulty 4. Random Twitch bots, gotta love that. The 500k is insane, and then you remind yourself that Yoon Lee did 1.7 million to him. Yeah. I am kind of interested to go back and try it again with, you know, not Blade and Jingliu, but we'll see. Fun fact, Blade's English voice actor voices Frieza. Isn't he also Linny in Genshin Impact? You avoided pulling Blade solely because you don't want to waste resources on a unit Hoyo doesn't care about? Yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, when I pulled him, he was decent. So, like, I guess if you look at it in that way, it was a fine pull. But also, he's basically unplayable now outside of meme stuff like what I was running just a bit ago. So, I mean, what do you do at that point? Blade is cool though? Oh, definitely, yeah. He's super cool. You started in 1.5, so by that time Blade was already kind of struggling a little bit. Yeah. I mean, when I pulled him, I invested kind of hard, so I got Blade and his light cone because that's just what I wanted at the time. And then my friend and I were kind of joking around, and we each did a couple pulls after, and both of us got E1 Blade in like 4 pulls each. So the fact that I had E1 kind of from the get-go let me play him for longer than I guess I theoretically should have been able to. But even then, he still struggled back then. And now it's just kind of like the E1 is completely worthless. Congrats for getting E1 Blade. Thanks. I mean, it was a while ago at this point, but it was kind of nice. Will my characters die before they get their turns? Probably. Uh-oh. Wait. Oh, that's not good. I killed them so they never broke. So I didn't get the heal. Huh. Yeah, so that's not good. Because there's no way I live long enough. Resetting and, resetting on level 3. Oh no. Western CC moment. Okay, X. First time in a while you've seen suffering from success. Yeah. Okay. Trying to think. I honestly might have to drop one of the supports and bring a sustain. Because I'm like, whether or not, like, even if I swap the entire team to like Herta, I'll still do too much damage. Have I tried Tribby with the RMC buff? What do you mean, like buffing Tribby with RMC? Or no, I haven't. I mean, it sounds interesting. Imagine using a sustain in a turn-based RPG. Could not be me. You started playing Limbus for a week and it's hard going back to enjoying HSR. Yeah, okay, so question for those of you that are like Tectone, Pokey, Genozod, Saint Tontas, etc. viewers. What caused the Limbus wave? Where like all of those creators just all started playing Limbus. Like if any of you guys know. Because it just kind of like appeared like that and everyone just started playing it and I was just like, how did this even come about? It came about from Tectone? Was he just like shilling the game or something? You just think they all started playing it probably just because of Techie? Okay. Yeah, I was never sure. I was like, it just seems kind of weird that everyone's just randomly starting to play.
あなたそれとも言動を渡す
Oh god. Yeah, I think I actually have to leave because there's no way I can't like, it's either I do too much damage. Yeah, I don't even know. What a weird boss. I do too much damage or I can't sustain enough to run no sustain. I'll have to redo that one. Just and add a sustain in there. Which is fine. No Jiao Cho issue. I mean, it's a breaking issue. Like, I can't run no sustain because I would just kill them. And a Jiao Cho would make that worse. Oops. The Blaze Nana is weird, 100%. Yeah. Oh, damn. I keep meaning to change my teams, and then I keep loading into it. Alright, let's do solo Blade this time. That'll probably be more fun. Who can I throw in here? Branya? Why not? I don't remember if Blade has speed or not. Okay, he does. We're good. Yo, Harsh Deoder, how's it going, man? Just pull Castery, she'll revive my Acheron. Okay, dude. Yeah, honestly, that would solve all my problems, wouldn't it? That's funny. Try putting Mem's buff on Blade. I mean, I did do that on, the first time around. I put it on Blade and then I put it on, Jing Liu after. Oh, Tribby. Okay. Will do, will do. Alright. That's probably fine. Now if I kill the second half, it won't matter. You really want Tribby or Maide, but will you be able to guarantee the Castery's light and her light cone? That's a dilemma. I mean, if you have already done all of the 3.1 content and you don't really have enough Jades to guarantee a character, I probably would not recommend it. Like going for one or the other. If you really want Casteries. You wouldn't risk a 50-50 before 3.2 because of the changes? I mean, are you talking about the potential buffing changes? Or do you mean, like, the potential stuff with Casteries? As an Annie unit, you'd go for Casteries, yeah. I mean, I'll be honest, I still want to go for Casteries just because the dragon is cool. But I don't know how realistic it will be to get her after getting E1 Tribby. Yo, Kyrie Din, thanks for showing up. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it as always. Always fun having people drop by and chat. 3.2 will be a fun stream. Imagine Hoyo hitting absurd numbers on that stream because everyone's waiting to see if they'll keep playing or will quit. That is actually that's actually something interesting to think about. Something that I wonder is, will the 3.2 anniversary stream be a bigger stream than the 3.0 stream was, where we had an entire new patch cycle? And I'll be honest, I kind of think the answer is yes. Because that was also the case back in back in Genshin. Like, I still remember the Inazuma live stream where they announced the Raiden Shogun. Like, that was a massive stream. Like, that was that stream where they had like hundreds of thousands of people watching on Twitch. So I do wonder if we're going to see something like that for Castoris in like a month or so, or whenever it is. 4.1 was massive too, was it? I'll be honest, I kind of stopped watching streams and trailers for Hoyo games. But I will definitely take your word for it. Oh, the new Valette stream, okay. Wouldn't it be anniversaries are always a grander experience for games? Yeah, that's definitely true. I do honestly kind of wish that they were able to better sync up anniversary with patch cycles. Like Genshin was able to do that with 5.0. But or not, or wait, no. It was Chinese New Year in 5.0, not the anniversary, I think. Or wait, no. Was it the anniversary? I think it was the anniversary. It was a while ago. I don't entirely remember. There's definitely going to be a lot of people Doom watching 3.2. I've honestly considered, I've been considering whether or not I want to be awake and stream, what am I saying? Stream the 3.2 stream, like react to it. You're probably gonna stream it, Axe? I mean, we could duo stream it if you want. Although it will be at a pretty awkward time for me. That's gonna be like 7 a.m. my time. You should give us your perspective of it. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely thinking about it. It's just, you know, it's kind of a lot. It's 4 a.m. your time. Yeah, it's gonna be like 7 a.m. for me then. Have they announced the 3.2 stream yet? Probably not, right? Well, no, they definitely haven't, because My Day hasn't even ran yet. There's no way they have. That wouldn't make any sense. They usually do it second half, yeah. I'll be honest with you, like HSR, with all the drama and everything else going on with HSR right now, like my brain is almost in this mode where it's like it feels like so much shit has happened that time is like moving differently, if that makes any sense. Like so much stuff happens so quickly that I'm just kind of like, what the heck is going on? Like, it feels like so much more time of 3.1 has already passed. Modern life? Yeah, I guess so. We're barely 1 quarter into 2025, yeah. The aura around HSR is just so right now. That's probably why, yeah. I mean, we talked about it earlier, Rogue Spectre, but like, it's hard to be excited about a game that doesn't really give you stuff to be excited about. And that's kind of arguably doom posting, but also, yeah, I don't really know how else to put it. When I had to fight Corpa? Oh, do you mean my video? I think the biggest thing with the video I released, what that has kind of been on my mind, is less the drama that was happened over the weekend between like Pokey and Tectone and stuff like that, and more just the general consensus of like the amount of comments that I got on that video that were just like, who the hell cares? It's like, ugh. I genuinely just do not understand that kind of logic. I really don't. Like, why wouldn't you care about a game that, like, used to be really good? And you want it to go back to being that way? Like, just logically in my head, it's just like, if something used to be good, and it got worse, then you should be like, yo, make it better again. But a lot of people look at it as like, you're just hating, or these things don't matter, or you're just stupid. And I'm just like, why? It's going to an ex-Overwatch player and saying, who cares that Blizzard made the game dog shit? Hey, that's me! I'm the ex-Overwatch player! That's so relatable, no way. I put so much time into that game. You guys have no idea. Like, I used to be top 500 in that game. I used to scrim in that game and play competitively. I used to coach teams for, like, literally, apart from, I think, Minecraft, that is my second most played game ever. Like, thousands upon thousands of hours. And then they just bombed it. Like, I don't know, man. They legit destroyed the game with goats. Yeah, well, eh. So, my take on that is that they did not destroy the game with goats, because in a vacuum, goats is actually fun to play, in my opinion. But they let goats last for so long that it became a problem. Like, when a meta for a game lasts for 2 years, like, it's boring. It would be the same in HSR. Like, if Acheron was the most meta character for 2 years straight, no one would play Acheron because it's boring. And, like, you could fault so many different people for that. Like, you could fault Bobby Kotick, you could fault Jeff. Like, but, yeah, I don't know. You missed the Blizzard that made StarCraft 2. I missed the Blizzard that made Overwatch 1. There's the issue of tanks as well, re-releasing the game to advertise a game mode that doesn't exist. I mean, yeah. I mean, 5v5 in general is just not a good experience in my opinion. I do not enjoy it. It's unfun. But a lot of people will look at that as just like it is what it is now. Yo, Sheets, how's it going? You missed the blizzard that made Warcraft 2 and Diablo 2? Yeah, that's also relatable. The game wasn't built for 5v5, oh, 100%. It's just not the same. I talked about this last stream. I don't think you were here for that, Luna, but we actually did talk about Overwatch last stream. When Overwatch Classic came out, I don't know if you keep paying attention. I don't know if you've been paying attention to Overwatch at all, but they've been running classic modes. I went back to that game and I played it for a bit, and I was literally just like frying people, like shredding. Like I was playing well. Like it felt like I wasn't washed. But every time I play Overwatch 2, I'm just like, what is going on? Like it feels like a deathmatch 99% of the time, which just isn't what Overwatch was. And it just makes it like insanely frustrating to actually like play. Whoever designed Kiriko needs to be put in a cell and questioned. Yeah. That character is an abomination. In the same way that Brig was. What is it about now? You mean Overwatch? I mean, if you want the blunt and honest answer, it's about selling cosmetics. Originally, it was a team-based game. Like, interacting with, Maximizing, how's it going, man? Originally, Overwatch was like a very, very team-focused game, and that's what made playing, like, competitively and, like, doing scrims and stuff like that really fun. But nowadays, even in scrims, it's all death matches. So it's kind of like, why would you... What the game was lost. And then now it's just kind of like something entirely different that doesn't really vibe with me as much. You stopped playing Overwatch when they got rid of 2 people being able to play the same unit. Oh, that was like really long ago. That would have been like within the first year of the game's launch. Or maybe 2 years, but definitely early on. People are forgetting that fun is greater than monetizing a game. Well, unfortunately, welcome to the corporate capitalism, Thaddeus. It's not like that. Your friends convinced you to play when the One Punch Man collab was happening. You witnessed a C9. That's fun. Yeah, the C9s are always funny. I was playing Marvel Rivals with Axe last night, and we C9'd one of the points, and I said we C9'd, and I'm pretty sure literally everyone in the voice call that was there at the time was like, what the hell is a C9? I literally feel like I feel like a boomer whenever I talk about old Overwatch stuff. What's a C9? Can you explain it in Star Rail terms? It's when you have the key to victory, like right now, right? And then instead of like using my Acheron ult to win, I save the ult and then never complete the challenge before action value runs out. Love your vids. You like hearing the perspective of a fellow FGO player? Yeah, dude. I actually saw in my sub list you subscribed to me, and I was like, wait a minute, I recognize that name, because I believe I've actually watched some of your stuff a long time ago about FGO stuff. This would have been a while ago at this point, but I did recognize your name. Pops does work. Hello, how's it going?
あなたすべてが消える涙雨
It basically means throwing. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that would probably be the simplest way to describe it. I mean, in actual Overwatch terms, yo, what's up, Birdie? How's it going? In actual Overwatch terms, what a C9 is when like you've won a fight and then you get off point without like capping the objective. So that's what it actually is. So like when we were playing Rivals last night and we won that map and then none of us touched point and we just lost, we C9'd. Like that's the idea. Just trying to build your Chang Li. Nice. Did you pull her recently, popped his work? Yo, Lucier, how's it going? You got Chang Li and her weapon. Nice. W. Speaking of yacht, will DeWay finally show up on his 20 yachts for the 3.2 stream? That would be hilarious. Imagine they're in the studio recording the live stream and then you hear the rumbling coming and then DeWay bursts through the green screen. It's DeWay on a yacht. Like you don't think Blizzard has made a single hero that's good for the game? I mean, if you're thinking Overwatch 2, I agree. If you're thinking Overwatch as a whole, I mean, Ana was good. But other than that, yeah, not really. That would be peak cinema. Yeah, definitely. DeWay would 100% flex his nuclear power plant. Um, Ash not good. If so, my experience as an Overwatch player is that Ash is fun, and I think she's actually decent. I wouldn't say she's necessarily bad for Overwatch as a whole, but I hate one shots in that game. Like Widowmaker is my least favorite character. And the fact that you can take Mercy, damage boost, and Ash, and then Ash becomes a second Widowmaker, that is what I never liked about her. But obviously that's just my opinion. So Ash was your go-to fragger. Yeah, it's understandable, definitely. Fuck Widow. Yeah, literally my least favorite character. She just takes over the entire game. That's just Black Widow plus Mantis and Rivals. True, but not many people actually do that, that is. By the way, why is it called C9? Is there any relation to the Cloud9 org? Yeah, it's directly related to them because they were the first team to do it. So way back in the start of Overwatch esports, um, they did what I said earlier, right? Like they won a fight, got off the point, and lost. And one of the commenters at the time called it a C9. And I believe it happened again, which is why it stuck. So then it became if you got off the point after winning a fight, you C9'd. Like it became a verb almost. Insta kills, even if balanced, are just not fun to play against in practice. Oh, 100%, yeah. I think I'm still gonna play Blade on this next stage here. But I want to run Herda on team 2. So I think I will change this team up a little bit. Oh, actually, wait a minute. I could run Yoon Lee on the first half. Yeah, I think I'm gonna run Yoon Lee actually. Triby. How's Overwatch League these days? Shut down. It doesn't exist. Yunli's a bit finicky if you don't destroy Aventurine while broken. We'll see what happens. Why not? Let's see. What else do I want to run here? Sure, why not? I'll just slam supports. Friendly reminder that there was a $10 million entry fee. No, I think it was $20 million, Luna. I think it was higher. But yeah, regardless, it was a complete waste, yeah. Oh, speaking of old Overwatch, I don't know if you pay attention to esports that much anymore, Luna. But have you did you see that Envy is actually back as an org? Like once Overwatch League ended, they kind of like stopped doing any esports stuff, but they're back and I think they have a rivals team and they also have a Valorant team. Yeah, it happened within like the last couple weeks. I was like, "Huh." They have a Valorant team as of like a couple days ago, yeah. You thought Envy got absorbed by Optic? I think that's what happened, but they are I saw them active on Twitter again was the thing. I mistimed my Yunli ult there. That was dumb. You're glazing his glizzy for real. What did I just read, Birdie? Will the Marvel Rivals pro scene be big like CS, LoL, or Val? Honestly, maybe, but for now, I don't know. Maybe someday though. Okay, so Axe, I need you to answer why are you such a fan of Brant? What made you like him so much? He's a lively character. I mean, I haven't done stories, so I don't necessarily know, but yeah. He's good looking, that's good enough. That's fair. You just pulled him because he's a man. Alright. Robin energy is dead, that is, yeah. It's a little bit cooked. Not having an ER light cone doesn't exactly help there. He looks cool, you like his personality, he's good with Chang Li, who you wanted anyway, and male characters are good. That's fair, yeah. I mean, I guess the hope would be that Kuro doesn't just keep doing, I guess, gathering wives and tries making more unique characters, but waiting on Scar still. Wasn't there a guy in 1.0, like Gion's rival or something? Oh no, it wasn't his rival. It was like the previous general. G something. G. What was the name? Geshu Lin? Yeah. Yeah, I think it was Geshu Lin, yeah. So, I mean, I've seen people coping that that guy's still coming at some point. No, I don't know if that's ever going to actually happen, but, you know, I guess you can hope. You thought Geshu Lin was dead? That's true, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can't bring him back, right? So... Oh, I'm like literally one energy off. That is so upsetting. One energy. How does that even happen? Ting Yun moment. Huh. HSR needs to add more preservation units. I agree with that. There's not enough right now in the slightest. Which is honestly pretty annoying. The funniest part of 1.xt was oh, Yan Wu pulling up for the Avengers moment. Dude, I remember that. That is so silly. I still remember that. I do not understand why they wanted to do that. Like, what was the purpose behind that? Was that 1.4 million on a non-enhanced Yun Li attack? Holy. Okay. This is a terrible run, by the way. I have hardly been paying attention at all. Looking at that action value is painful. Is what it is. Well, I did barely get enough, so... Side 2 is easier due to shared HP, yeah. I mean, honestly, I think I could get a much better score if I was paying attention better, but I was... Balancing reading chat and, balancing reading chat and actually playing the game is something I'm still trying to learn how to do. I've heard of this will be cake. We'll see. I mean, I don't have thingy. I don't have her light cone or eidolons or anything like that. So this is all just E0 stuff. We'll see what happens. You cleared side to 3400 with unleveled support, so hopefully I can do the same. I guess go for SP, can't hurt.
まとめてかかってきて平げごま好奇心答えはないんだから
Have I ever played Valorant? No. And I also haven't played CS:GO at all. The games, I mean, okay, so I have played them, but I never got into them because they're too slow for me, basically. Yo, what's up, Celestial? Welcome back. You'd recommend Serval over 4-star Herda? Yeah, so I think Serval is fun to play, and I liked her in story, but I do not like her design that much. So I would rather use normal or small Herda that I actually like the design of. But obviously that is just personal preference, so.
思考を広げて崩れちゃえ 私を信じ不可能はない
You played Val for like 2 weeks and then your friends all quit the game. Yeah, so I actually have that same problem where my friends will get really into a game and like super addicted and we'll all be playing it for a while. And then just randomly, it's just kind of like the hype for playing the game dies off. And then I'm like, I'm someone who, when I get invested into a game, I'm usually invested into it long term. So when my friends are like, yeah, well, we're already doing this other thing now, and I'm still like, but wait, I thought we were playing, game one. Then I'm like, well, that sucks. So I totally understand that, Dan. Is there a certain patch deadline for you on HSR that decides whether or not you'll still invest time into it or pack it up? For me, I think it is, I'll be honest with you, probably next patch. And it's not necessarily the patch itself, it's the community's reaction to what the patch brings. I do have in the back of my mind that I want to still casually play to get to the Fate collab, because I mean, it's Fate. Like, I'm a Fate fanboy. It is what it is. But I talked about this earlier in the stream. So basically, I can see a world where the following happens in the stream, right? Like, the live stream happens. That's step 1. The anniversary happens. That's step 2. We get a ton of rewards. That's step 3. And then they're like, guys, we're fixing the story. Whether or not it actually gets fixed. Buffs are still coming. By the way, here's discounts on the shop. Blah, blah, blah. Whatever. That would all be considered step 4. And step 5 is the community reacting and saying, oh my god, the HSR devs fixed everything. The HSR devs listened. They could. They did it. HSR is saved. And it's like, if that's the community's reaction, like, I'm done. Like, this game is cooked, man. Like it doesn't matter what, or it's not that it doesn't matter. The devs need to do more than fixing the problems that the games have, in my opinion, for me to still be very, very invested in it. Because being quote unquote generous by giving us 20 pulls and discounting the paid stuff in the shop does not make the game better. It's just, yeah, right there. So like Shizuki says, back to the status quo does not mean good. If they make it good by saying, here's the buffs right now, you can literally play everyone again. HP inflation, we heard your complaints, we're going to tone that back. XYZ, we're listening. Then I'd be like, all right, cool. But if it's the fake generosity that gets the community to be like, oh my god, devs listened, then I'm good. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I can't support I can't support a game or a community that doesn't care about the game being better, basically. There's a what did you say, Luna? Are we allowed to discuss leaks? Yeah, I don't mind. It's fine. I mean, we've kind of been discussing Castoris the whole stream, off and on. People don't care about the quality of the games. They just want to pull. Yeah, that's a whole nother thing. It was hard for people to let go of their Jing Liu. Yep, I am right there. Like, I didn't want to give up Jing Liu. I just didn't want to build. I just didn't want to get Sunday as the 7th support to make her good. And then, even though I didn't like him, like, that's just not something I wanted to do. So I said, screw this. Like, I'm done. Like, I tried making it work. It just didn't matter. Like, I'm not going to keep pulling and pulling and pulling and pulling more just to make a character I like playable. And eventually it's probably going to be the same for Acheron and even Yun Li at some point. Like, those are the characters I really like, but it just doesn't matter if they eventually become unplayable unless I invest, like, over and over again into whatever new support they drop. Like, I'm good, man. Yeah, so Luna, I did see that. Being a Dill main sucks at the moment. Oh, Axel, welcome back, dude. I don't remember if you were here. I remember you asked a question earlier. I missed it, and I answered it later, but I think you were gone at that point. I don't entirely remember the question at this point, but I'm sorry for that, man. That was not intentional. Oh, you fell asleep? Okay. Anyway, so Luna, about that stuff. I think that would actually be interesting, assuming it is true. But if that is their idea of a buff, like if the buff is, oh, you can get the older characters Eidolons now, like that's not solving the problem in my eyes. Like that would be a nice bonus if they fix the other problems. So, I don't know. Oh, you asked about why I made the random blade video? I just thought it was funny. That's it. There really wasn't much more to it. Oyo, please just make the Litecoin banner 100%. Yeah, that would also be nice. It really would. Bro, aura farmed. I don't know. I just thought it was a funny idea, Axel. So I mean, that's literally it. If I ever have ideas like that in the future, I will probably make it in the same way and just kind of randomly drop it. But yeah, it was kind of just a one-off thing for now. Are we getting a normal video next week? I have an idea for one, but I am not sure. I mentioned it earlier in the stream, but just being completely honest, my motivation for covering these games is kind of at an all-time low. I do still want to make content, which is part of the reason I'm streaming right now. But it is definitely a struggle for me to feel that desire when I have problems with the games right now. If I do make a video, it probably will not be about HSR. It would probably be about a different game. I was considering making a video on Zenless, and I was also considering making a video on Wuthering Waves. It's good to have something actually about the game rather than having so much criticism about the game. Yeah, definitely, yeah. I mean, ideally, the the thing a lot of people miss about the criticism is that creators like myself wouldn't be making the negative videos if we didn't feel it was necessary to. Like, I don't want to make a Hoyo bad video. And that's why when I made the Hoyo versus playing the long con video, I did my utmost best to do research and actually put a lot more effort into it than just saying Hoyo bad and leaving it at that. Neophyte, dude, take care, man. Appreciate you dropping by to hang out. ZZZ is pretty fun, IMO. Yeah, it is. Genuinely. I do enjoy that game. I hope you continue content creation because through this space community you've made, I appreciate and cherish the entertainment. Dude, I appreciate that, Celestial. Thank you. To finish what I was saying, yeah, Axel, I mean, I agree that it is definitely a lot of negative content on YouTube right now for HSR. And it's kind of like the vibe of it that makes me less inclined to make more. Because like I said, I don't like making that kind of content. I really don't. Growing as a CC on criticism ain't gonna work, definitely. Yeah, I see that. My Herda died. Awesome. That's what I get for not paying attention. But yeah, so ideally, I want to pivot away from making my videos about just problem solution. I think that works for me because it's fun for me, but also at the same time, like you said, it's not going to work long term. So what I kind of want to do with ZZZ is think of how I can change from problem solution over to something kind of like what I like about the game and why. And then how things can potentially get better from where they're at. Because even if a game is doing well, that doesn't mean it's perfect. So offering kind of like my thoughts on how it can stay good is an avenue that I think I could go down that isn't inherently negative. I mean, people are still going to see that as negative because it's like, oh, why are you making a video saying it could be better when it's fine? But it's like, in my eyes, saying how something could be better when it's already good isn't necessarily a bad thing. But depends on the person watching, I guess. Do I plan to make other videos than HSR? Yeah. I'm currently thinking about doing ZZZ and Wuthering Waves. I'll see if I mean, we'll see if I actually end up doing that, but for now that's kind of what's on my mind. Do I think Castrese's talent will ultimately break the game? On its own, no, but I think if more global passives are added, potentially yes. I don't think it's something that should be added to the game at all, but it's Hoyoverse, we'll see what happens. And what are you planning to make content on? Like I said, potentially ZZZ and Wuthering Waves. Not to try and bring in controversy, but I feel like Saint might have poisoned the well when it came to Hoyo criticism. What do you mean by that? Like he has so much that it became kind of like a normal thing to do, or do you mean something else? He has so much that people are dismissive of Hoyo criticism entirely. Alright, I need to actually do this some other time, I think, because I'm just not paying attention at all, and it's not really not really a good look when I lose Apoc. Um, I think I kind of get what you're saying, because if there's basically my understanding of what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if there is so much negativity coming from either one person or another, it doesn't really matter which, um, it makes it makes the valid criticisms that people have be less valid as a result because people don't care anymore. That's the way that I'm kind of understanding what you're saying. Is that correct? Or am I kind of off base there? Less that people don't care and more that people are tired of hearing it. Okay. That's fair. Yeah. I mean, I guess honestly they kind of go hand in hand. Like if you're tired of hearing something, you'll just be like, "Ugh, not another one." And then just kind of like either downvote or say like, "Why are you making this video?" or just, not even look at it. Hit don't recommend, that kind of stuff. Retaliatory toxic positivity. Yeah, that does make sense. I mean, did you see the Star Rail Leak subreddit literally put out a post saying, "Hey, we're going to be moderating negativity and doom posting now." Like I think the negativity has gotten to a point where it's too much. And again, I keep saying this, I am aware that I play a part into that. But at the same time, I've said my piece at this point, and I don't particularly want to like continue doing that. So, yeah. That was because of the Firefly stuff. I don't entirely know the reasoning behind it. I just saw that it was happening. That's why you've been taking a break from HSR, because you were sick of seeing the negativity, and yeah, that is completely understandable. I mean, that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, I'll be honest, like, I said my piece, I made my Hoyo LongCon video, and now I just kind of, for lack of a better word, I just feel exhausted. Genuinely. Like, I don't know if it's burnout, or if it's like, or what it is, but I just look at HSR, and I'm kind of just like, I love what you were, I don't love what you are now. And it makes me not want to play. And to be clear, when I say I love what you were, that includes the community, not just the game itself. So it's kind of like, if the negative vibe makes me feel that way, and that is actively hurting my desire to play the game, make content, and other stuff like that, it might be a thing where I just kind of have to take a step back and try other stuff, which is what I want to do. That's why I want to make like a ZZZ video. That's why I want to, at the very least, try to make a Wuwa video. We'll see. But yeah. Do you still think that HSR is not turn-based and that it's gotten worse? Okay, so I actually have never really given my full opinion on that video that I made since then. And I think it's probably, I mean, why not? I can talk about it now. So when I made the turn-based video, the intent was less to say that HSR is not turn-based, because it undoubtedly is. It was more to say that it feels less like a turn-based game, because if you can just build like a 160 speed unit and get multiple turns, and then on top of that you have action advances on action advances on action advances, it's less you take a turn, the enemy takes a turn, and more you just slamming as many as you possibly can into as a small of a window as possible. And that's only further exacerbated by every single endgame mode having a time limit. And then it's further worsened on top of that because of the HP inflation and the power creep and everything else. So, yes, I still think it does not feel like a turn-based game. And also, yes, I think it has gotten worse. I think a lot of people took that video as me saying HSR isn't a turn-based game, which, to be fair, that's what the title said. And I kind of regret making that the title. But at the same time, it was a super clickbaity title, and it kind of, definitely did pull in a few views. So I can't entirely fault myself for doing that at the time. Although looking back on it, it kind of was a mistake. Hit it 6 times in one cycle for 30% of the boss's HP. Hey, that's the Agalea strategy. You remember that vid was pretty heated? Yeah, in the comment sections, 100%, yeah. HSR's combat feels like 100% knowledge, 0% skill. I would argue that it feels like 100% pre-planning of fights and 100% and 0% everything else. And you could argue that pre-planning is knowledge, but like 90% of the fights in this game are won before you even enter them. Like when I have a build like this, as long as I'm paying attention, all clear. Like there's no thought there. There's no skill. As long as I'm paying attention, all clear. So it just doesn't really matter anymore. You plan on titling a video Castery's passive is a good thing just for clicks? That that might be a bad idea. You'd probably get quite a few hate farmers off of that. You have to know when to use SP and when to save SP, when to action forward, and so on. I mean, sure, but yeah, I mean, I don't know. I guess it is knowledge, but I don't know. You think that's a fair assessment considering it breaks a bunch of the traditional things you see in turn-based games? Yeah. There was actually a video that kind of popped off recently from, what's his name, like Shizu Kira or something like that, and he was like, HSR is an insult to turn-based games, and he kind of argued a lot of the things that I argued in my video. But I guess saying it's an insult to turn-based games is a lot more friendly, quote-unquote, than saying it is not a turn-based game. So, I don't know. What do I think about a Noxus kit? I mean, I think it's fine. I think it's strong, but I don't actually think it's like crazy, like Omega broken to the point that it'll change everything in the game. It's definitely strong, don't get me wrong, but I would not consider a Noxa to be like Herda tier or like Emanator tier or anything like that. Yeah, he does Wizmaster. But like at the current point in the game where implants are basically irrelevant, I don't consider that to be super valuable. Like it's nice, don't get me wrong, but it's not like insane. The weakness mechanic feels pointless. I think it's pointless already, genuinely. I actually thought about making a video about that at some point. Like, the entire weakness system is completely irrelevant at this point. It just doesn't matter because there's so many people that ignore it. Or do enough damage that it doesn't matter. It's been pointless since Acheron? Yeah, definitely. The only thing which matters is weakness lock? Yeah. I mean, but they use that mechanic so infrequently, and I think the reason I think they use it so infrequently is because Super Break. They made Super Break a mechanic, and if they lock weaknesses, then Super Break just doesn't work anymore, which would piss off all their Firefly mains. And, I mean, obviously the other ones too, but Firefly, definitely. Yo, Degenerate Hours, how's it going, man? The Firefly Sims would get angry? Oh, 100%. I can't use my waifu anymore. No, not my waifu. It's funny that the notion of Super Break players are all Firefly Sims. I mean, okay, so I don't I don't think that that is true, but they are definitely a very loud portion of the player base. And also, if you look at the other Super Break users, like Rappa ignores weakness. Boot Hill also has an implant. So it's kind of like, and then you have Fugue who lets you ignore weaknesses as well. So like, it doesn't really matter that it's that the Firefly players would complain the most because it does affect all of them. So she doesn't ignore weakness. Doesn't she have like 50% ignore? Like, am I crazy? I swear that Rappa has like colorless break, doesn't she? I, I don't think I'm mistaken about that. Rappa does rainbow weakness on her enhanced basic. Yeah, I thought so. I knew I wasn't crazy. I think what Fugue does is she takes it from 50% up to 100. And that's why Fugue is such a good pairing with Rappa. Because then you just have full ignore and it doesn't matter what you're doing. I guess for you, it doesn't matter what you're doing for your enhanced basic. Obviously, it matters for when not in the alt state. E1 Fugue, right. Yes. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. I kind of I've had E1 off rip, so I kind of like mix up this as being part of her base kit. Fugue's buff does not stack with Rappa. It doesn't? Okay. I mean, I don't own Rappa, so I mean, I definitely am not what you would consider an expert in that situation, so okay. Fugue makes you get the double break stacks, right? Because Rappa has the stacking mechanic. Okay, I remember now. It would probably do me a lot of good to pay more attention to characters I don't own, but at the same time, I don't own them, so why would I? It's not like I'm like a meta channel or anything like that. Like I don't even do like zero cycles anymore, so it has been quite a while since I've done zero cycles in this game. I think there was a question earlier I missed. Hold on a second. Do I think that Firefly or Acheron broke the game more? Personally, you think Firefly ruined it because Super Break was accessible and easy to build? I mean, of those two specifically, I think Firefly because it made the gameplay very, very easy, like you said. But as a whole across the entire roster, no, I don't think it would be either of them actually. Side note, didn't Brax mention something about moving away from HSR a bit? I think he did at some point, but I've looked back and I haven't been able to find exactly when he said that. I do remember it, but I couldn't find the exact point where he did. Can I zero cycle MOC1? Oh, totally, dude. Let's go. Here we go. Where are we at? I don't even know what level MOC1 is. 68? Hmm. What's the vibe? Do you guys think a level 50 Dan Hang would be able to clear? MOC1 humbled me. Yeah, I saw that video. That was funny. Do I play Genshin? I did up until yesterday, actually. I quit yesterday. I personally do not have a desire to play that game because I do not enjoy Natlin in the slightest. I really did used to love that game, but nowadays I just can't. Natlin was such a failure in my eyes that I just don't feel the desire to log in. My login streak for Genshin is over. Yeah. I mean, technically if I logged in right now, I could continue it, but I mean, I don't know, man. I just really, really do not like Natlin. Kaching couldn't keep you playing either. I mean, yeah, like don't get me wrong. I still I love the story in um I do love the story in Genshin, or I did rather, up until Natlin. Actually, that's not true either. I loved it up until the latest Dainsleif quest. Before that, which I guess would have been all of Fontaine and everything before, I really did love the story. I enjoyed the exploration in Mondstadt, Liyue, Inazuma, some of Sumeru. I really enjoyed it in Fontaine, and then I stopped enjoying it in Natlin. The characters in that game are a lot of fun. I have a lot of favorites in that game. Like Chiori, for example, is one of my all-time favorite gacha characters. Um, but I don't feel that way about the game anymore because Natlin kind of ruined the vast majority of it for me. My issues with Natlin were that um, you guys like Chiori too. Awesome, nice. Yeah, Chiori is one of the three characters that I see sixth in that game. So, but anyway, so the things I didn't like about Natlin. So for one, the exploration apart from Akhenatlin was way too samey. Like no matter where you look, north, south, east, west, up, down, left, right, so much of it was brown walls with graffiti. Like it was not enjoyable to look at. On top of that, I didn't like how the story was, like Axel said there, basically turned into Pokemon Land. And on top of that, I didn't like how the story was essentially a shonen anime. Like the power of friendship won us the entire situation. And like Genshin stories have never been super complicated, but I felt that they stepped up a ton in Fontaine. Like apart from the prison arc, I thought Fontaine was fantastic. And then I felt that Natlin was such a massive downgrade to what Fontaine gave us that I just do not appreciate I just can't appreciate it anymore. They did step up on the cinematics, though. Yeah, I cannot deny that not only did they step up on the cinematics, they also stepped up on the animations outside of cutscenes. I'll give them credit for that, they did. But when your game is built on exploration and the exploration isn't as good as it used to be, and the story was extremely dumbed down from what we literally played less than a year ago, that's where you kind of lose me. Yeah, I think that's everything. Yeah. This is definitely not going to be a support showcase, guys. Trust me. This is all Dan carrying, 100%. Your hot take is that Fontaine Act 2 to 4 weren't that good, especially the Fortress. Yeah, I don't actually think the Fortress was amazing, but I think the rest of it was pretty solid. Danhang cannot carry. No. Trust. Surely 4-star Danhang can carry MOC1. I believe in him. He's my goat. Holy moly, the 24k. He's going crazy. Bro clearly hasn't seen a 0 cycle from 4-star Danhang. Yeah, I guess not. The fact that all of 4.1 took place in the Fortress irritated me a lot, yeah. And I had to play that multiple times, actually. That wasn't particularly fun. Guys, this is definitely not a support showcase. Triby did not take out half of the HP there. That's all Danhang, 27k. What a champ. Robin is gonna outdamage. Holy, the 70. He's crazy. You just got here. Why are we playing 4-star Danhang with no sustain? Reasons. Axe said I couldn't 0 cycle MOC1. There we go. It definitely was not the support. That was all Danhang, 100%. For real. I am actually semi-curious how far I can go with this team. Can he beat level 70s? Let's find out. 4-star Danhang is Sela at home. Yeah, a little bit. Oh, so you're out of content? Okay. Well, I was doing Apocalyptic Shadow, and then I was too busy yapping, so I couldn't focus, and I lost. So then I said, alright, I'm doing something else. I should have basicsed on Dan. Oops. Part of you feels like Hoyo is regretting making Gallagher. Yeah, I think that's actually pretty true. I mean, he's way too strong for being a 4-star. But also, like, would it kill Hoyo to just release more 4-stars? Like, would that be possible? Gallagher didn't have if they definitely didn't like Gallagher, that is fair, yeah. Solution just turned Gallagher into a 5-star. So true. How is this game in service still? Well, people keep spending money, so it is what it is.
避けられない一戦。我に力を。我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った。守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。いけ。騒ぎを起こしたくはない。今宵星々の反響。
They already turned Gallagher into a 5-star. I'm assuming you're talking about Lingsha there. But, yeah.
代価を払ってもらう。我に力を。生死虚実。移動点元気。
Ooh, I probably should have attacked the dot guy. Holy. Wait, Dan Hang going crazy. 133? Holy moly. Level 50 Dan Hang is wild. It's definitely not all the supports. 100% definitely not them. He's breaking blade numbers already. True. Alright. Oh, he actually gets a wind weakness here. You heard the global passive problem isn't tied to Castorise. There's apparently some future characters that have them. So that was leaked, Axel. But... Or yeah, sorry. That was leaked, and I think that is what a lot of people are actually mostly concerned about. Because if you look at it on paper, Castorice's thing, it is strong, but it's not insanely broken. Like, it's 100% strong, but I can't call it broken. That said, there is a very real possibility that because the company doing this is Hoyoverse, that the next global passive they release would be broken. And that's where it's a problem. Because what I always bring up is the idea of like what if a global passive was Respen? Like, and having Respen and not having Respen is insane. So you heard some have speed buffs and stuff like that. Yeah, I mean I don't know the details, but it was leaked around the time that Castorice's global passive was seen on beta. You're not pulling on Castorice, so rip your global passive. Yeah. It'll be interesting to see. Honestly, that'll be really interesting to see at the live stream, because assuming they don't end up removing it by the time beta is over, you're good, like, you know for a fact that they're going to showcase that on the live stream as like, oh my god, guys, new mechanics. Be excited. Global passives. It's awesome. Wow. And I'm very, very interested to see what the community's reaction to that is. And again, that kind of goes back to what I said about like whether or not I keep covering this game will really depend on how the community reacts. Because if the community is like, oh my god, that's insane, no way, then that says a lot for the state of the community in the game. Time to instigate war when the live stream happens. You definitely could, I suppose. 3.2 is the make or break. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, Dan, I don't know if there's many people at all that like the passives as a whole. Just like in general, let alone anything else. You say it's likely to change, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know if that's true. I really don't. because they've not only did it have a UI element in the original version, it also got visual effects and I think a sound cue in the next version, in version 2. So I'll be honest with you, I really don't think they're going to remove it, despite people not wanting it to happen. You don't like or dislike them, you just kind of don't care. Maybe that's odd, but I don't know if you can be bothered. And honestly, that's fair. I mean, if it doesn't bother you, then so be it.
代価を払ってもらう。我に力を。我々はとうに嵐に踏み入った守るべき者のために打ち崩せ。飛べ。生死虚実同点原件。
What annoys you is the dev time to do it, and then if they change it, it might not be till after they already have made the money off of it. Yeah. That's another thing to definitely consider. 100%. Okay, Sela Connoisseur. I don't know if that's true, but yeah. L, I usually do as well, but I have it unmuted just so there's actually sound on stream. So, but yeah, for the most part, I usually play muted as well. You listen to music while playing? Yeah. I'll be honest with you, I used to not actually be able to really play games without music playing. I would always have like EDM stuff playing, and that was when I was like extremely addicted to listening to EDM music. But once I kind of got burned out of that style of music is kind of when I stopped listening to as much anymore. And nowadays I just kind of casually listen to it like when I want to, or I guess now that I'm streaming, I have it playing for the like 2 people that watch me on Twitch. So Zero Cycle MOC 12 with Jing Liu. I don't know if I'll be able to do that. You have Twitch brain rot, so you watch me on Twitch? Yeah. I mean, honestly, same. I don't honestly watch YouTube Actually, no, that's not true. If someone is multi-streaming, I actually usually watch them on YouTube because I have YouTube Premium. So I get no ads and high quality. But if it's someone that does not multi-stream, then yeah, I'm on Twitch and I'm full in on the brain rot. Axel, by the way, if you ever want like an emote added or anything like that, just let me know. I'm pretty sure you're the only one that's like actively over there. I guess Dan is as well. So if you want like a 7TV emote, just let me know. I'm more than willing to add it. You have a habit of sleeping while listening to me? Oh, showcase your Jing Liu stats. They're really bad because I stopped playing her. This is what they are right now, and this is on an attack orb. But yeah. I don't Or Seko Lolo. What would you like to be called, by the way? Because I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce the first part of your name. Uh, so feel free to let me know because I'm not actually sure. Have you guys been yapping in Discord while the stream has been going on, Dan? Bro has every character favorited. Do I? Only the ones that I actually use. Or sorry, I should say actively use. Although Ratio should actually be unfavorited because I don't use him anymore. But yeah, I use all the rest of them. Do I actually use well? Yeah, I do sometimes. The only reason that I don't use him often anymore is because his build is shared with Hunt March 7th. Hold on, let me throw his build together. So this is the build that I run on him. We seriously need a loadout preset? Oh, 100%, man. You might think that 133 speed is not enough, but it actually is, because there's a decimal point. So yeah, this is the DPS welt build that I run. Usually when I play well, it's kind of I don't go into MOC 12 and run DPS welt really, but I do run him in like fun comps now and then, like in the same way that I sometimes run like Super Break Fei Zhao. Like when I want to have fun is when I pull out welt because I find his gameplay to be fun. But yeah. You don't understand the loadout thing? Can you explain? Okay, so the idea behind loadouts is that imagine there was a buttons down here. Let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, wait, is my mouse shown? It's not. Hold on a second. Where's HSR? Properties. Capture cursor. There we go. Okay, you see my mouse now, right? So imagine there's numbers down here that just says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If you could click a button, like click button 1, and this build would change from the current build to, for example, the build on my Gallagher. Because this button is saved as preset 1, or loadout 1, that's what people are asking for. So essentially like quick swapping of relics is what people want. Axel, do I not have Peeb? I swear I added it. Hold on. Peeb. Oh, I did not add it. Okay, my bad. I swear I added this. That's my bad. There you go. It should be on there. It might take a little bit to update. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. All right, we got Peeb. It'll probably take a little bit to update on my chat thing, but yeah, it's on there on Twitch. So, let's see. What did I say, or what was it? What did I miss? Blade is some of my favorite gameplay, so I still use them sometimes. Oh, same. Yoon Lee and Blade are definitely my favorite characters in this game. I would say probably closely followed by Ratio and Mose, I think. Like, Ratio isn't amazing anymore, but I still find him really fun. And then probably if I had to pick a fifth one, I'd probably say Welt. Show my Sparkle build, it's really bad. Um, I'm 160 speed and I have high crit damage, but I mean, the relics are kind of not. I mean, obviously, I don't have like a set bonus, so. Hoyoverse doesn't want the loadouts anywhere near modern games apart from Honkai 3rd, so they get more player attention. I mean, is it really player attention though? I mean, I guess because like they don't want you to share relics up with people, but like I do that anyway. Like yeah, I don't I like yeah, there's not a button I can press to make it swap quicker, but I still swap relics between people. So like I don't know if I like entirely get the logic there. Um yeah, Dan, my Dance is S3 as well. I've only gotten 3 and I got 2 of them relatively recently actually. You really like Yoon Lee? Yeah, Yoon Lee is easily one of my favorites. She is so much fun to play. Yo, what's up, Thaddeus? And Hints, welcome back as well. Yo, how's it going? Um, as a free to play, you have S8 DDD. Dude, I am so jealous. You feel like your Sparkle is garbage compared to that, and she's E2S1. I mean, I'll be honest with you, the only important thing is getting the 160 speed. And you can run less if you're running her with like DDD, but 160 speed is definitely like the biggest part. So, what were you up to, Thaddeus? Oh wait, no, you said you were at a hotel, right? So probably just bad Wi-Fi. Oh, I gotcha. You have S4 DDD and you got 2 copies of that from Jade's first character banner. Hmm. Um. Uh. Sekololo. Uh. I did ask this earlier. I'm not sure if you heard me ask earlier, but how do you want me to pronounce your name? Just out of curiosity, because I'm not entirely sure how to say the first part, and then I mean, if Sekololo is fine, I'll just keep saying that. But you wish DDD wasn't so rare. Yeah, me too, man. But yeah, like UVU said, it's because of how good it is. Like they know it's good. It's fine. You don't mind. All right, I will keep calling you Sekololo then. Every account should get a free S5 DDD. True. That would be so nice. Dude, you know what? I take all of my criticisms about HSR back if they give us all an S5 DDD. It is what it is. Those are my terms, Hoyo. Take it or leave it. Your friend is playing S10 DDD with Triby and you're jealous? Dude. I just want to say something. Like, can when we're considering like cost for like runs of like MOC and stuff like that, can we like collectively agree that an S5 DDD should be considered one cost? Because that stuff is so broken. Like when you see people that are like, oh, it's like a one cost clear, and then meanwhile they have 3 DDDs, it's like, brother, no one has S15 DDD. You have S25 DDD? What the hell, Birdie? Ain't no way. Fine on global passive gives 5 DDDs to players' accounts. That honestly would not surprise me. Win set. I think that's right. What am I missing? Oh, right, this. One other thing that I wish is that Wind set was not paired with the Ice set, because the Ice set is like completely useless at this point. It makes me annoyed. Wow, this is an awful piece. Anyway. We doing another long stream? Oh, we're actually a couple minutes away from 4 hours in at this point. I honestly lost track of time. I've kind of just been yapping. Surely this hit speed like once, right, guys? Right? Right? I'm just gonna leave it. That's not even worth leveling. This doesn't have speed. That's not worth it either. Despite not liking Serval's design, I have been considering building her. But I'm not sure yet. Is farming relics worth it? I mean, yeah, I would say if you need to, but for certain people they don't. So, you finally finished trace farming as of now. Then yeah, I mean, I'd probably say it. I mean, so my thinking with farming relics is I will do traces first, and obviously levels and light cones. Then I will farm relics to a point where I think a character is usable. And then I will look at what is coming next that I want. So like, let's say I want to get Castoris next patch. If I didn't want to, if the builds on my characters were good and I felt comfortable with them, then instead of continuing to farm relics, I would probably just move on and start farming traces for Castoris. So that's kind of my logic. Like traces first, then relics until good, and then after that, go for the next character stuff. You use 4 self-modeling resin on an ERR Lukasha piece, and all of them have 7 speed. Well, color me jealous. This is where my modeling resins went to. Hold on. How do we feel about this one? This is a reroll, by the way. Actually, no, I rerolled this twice. The first time I rerolled it, it had a 30 break effect instead of just 24. Like, you can't make that up, dude. I don't know. You'll have 10 units full traces done soon. You just need the tracks. Are you buying the tracks out of the store, Wiz? Like, where is it at? Not from there. Although I do need to buy these. From here. Like these? Okay. I wonder, do they give you those for doing old events? It doesn't look like it. Oh, that's kind of annoying. Oh, I mean, I guess some of them do. Like this one gives you one. Congrats on Tribby. Oh, you tried building pity on Tribby's banner? Oh, dude, nice. I mean, say what you want about the character itself. I mean, they are good. So, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say building pity is a good idea, but also, like, you know, it is what it is. You got a good character out of it. So, add the Muga emote. Will do. 1 second.
全速力で届けるぞ。行きましょう。
Let me also add pause. Hold on. There you go. You're addicted to gambling? No, I'm just addicted to building pity. True. Twitch brain rot gonna go wild. Yeah. Like I said with I wonder if Peeb is working. I don't know. I might have to refresh my chat window for the new emotes to show up. I wonder if I can do that. Hold on. Or maybe it just takes a while. Did Peeb come through? No, it didn't. Let me see if I can refresh my chat window. Because, I mean, you said earlier and that came through. Yeah, so that one comes through. Okay, how can I refresh this? Reload. Okay. Now let's see, does Peeb work? I think that worked. Yeah, it worked. Okay, I just have to reload it. We're good. All right, I just have to do that whenever I add new emotes. W. I'm learning things. I'm becoming a real streamer. Let's go. What's my favorite team comp in the entire game? Currently, I would say Tribby, Yoon Lee, Robin, and whoa. I mentioned it earlier, but Yoon Lee is definitely one of the more fun characters to play, and adding Tribby's true damage on top of everything else, because I do have this, is kind of nice. 5 pennies coming in hot. Oh, did you get an ad, Wizmaster? I'm sorry, dude. Hear me out. Break Tribby. Oh, that would actually be really interesting. I cannot lie with you. Hold on. I don't think that would necessarily work amazingly well, but I do kind of want to try. You hope Tribby doesn't get sparkled. Ooh. Okay, so... That is actually something that I have not thought about. So, question for you all. Do you think it is possible for a character like Tribby to be sparkled? Because at the end of the day, she has damage boost and she has res pen. So, like, that's pretty good. But also, I mean, I guess they could make a character that does what she does with act. Like, they could make Robin too, right? Before Sunday, Robin and Ron May. Oh, that's fair, actually. Like, I could honestly see them making Ron May too before I see them making, like, a better Tribby. Maybe once we get a 5-star RMC like Fugue. Zendro, do you think that they will make a 5-star RMC when they have Tribby's E1 in the game? Like that's a genuine question. Cuz like I feel like this kind of is that. It doesn't have the action advancing obviously, but like you still get the true damage and this is really strong. Triby's E1 is so Triby's E1 is so stupid. Yeah, a little bit. They're definitely gonna make a true damage support where that's their whole gimmick. I could see that. Yeah. 5-star Remembrance Break Fugue. What's her Memory Sprite gonna be? Herself? Like, is Fugue going to pull out a mini Ting Yun? Um, Triby's E1 should have been her E2. I agree, but also it's Hoyoverse and they're greedy. So they wanted to make as much money as they could by putting it as E1. Fantilli is the memo sprite. Oh, that would be so funny. Um, you feel like Horrorverse pulled a bigger prank than Sparkle doing Bomb by making her so buns. I mean, she's not even bad though. Like, does Sparkle have problems? Sure. Right? Like 50% action advance isn't amazing. But is she bad on her own? I don't think so. I think she is bad when you have to compare her to the other characters, which is a whole separate issue. E6 Sparkle is weaker than E0 S1 Sunday. I mean, sure, but Sparkle's E6 is for AoE. Like, this doesn't really this isn't really comparable to Sunday at all because this helps teammates, not the character you're actually buffing. I've honestly never really liked that comparison at all because it's just completely separate. Sparkle's talent sucks, right? Isn't that the quantum one? Yeah, this. Dude, this should have literally just been like straight up 45% attack or something. Or if I guess 45% is a lot. They could have done like 30 total and just said, that's it. Why is this limited to quantum? That just does not make sense. I hope you enjoy the total of 3 cents from an ad I got. Dude, thank you so much. I'm so happy that YouTube is gonna pay me pennies. If I could turn off ads, I would, because like I don't make it literally I don't make anything from it anyway with streams, but they literally don't let you. So I keep saying this, I apologize for the ads you guys are getting, but I cannot do anything about that. I never get ads, though I don't use premium. I mean, if you have an ad blocker, you wouldn't get them. But other than that, yeah, I'm not sure. So here's a question for you guys out of curiosity. What do you guys do when you watch a streamer? And I don't mean like necessarily me specifically. I am just talking like in general. Like, do you just have them as background noise? Do you have them like front and center on your monitor, like watching them? Like, what do you guys do? Because for me, streamers are usually like second monitor content, but I am curious about what you guys do. Background noise, okay. Side monitor, background. You don't normally watch streamers live, mostly background. Okay, so I'm not crazy then. You rarely watch streamers and you prefer to engage than just background? Hmm, okay. Listening while you're doing something. Background while sleeping. I am glad I can be the part of that background sleep noise. You're not the only one that said that ing poll. If I said that right, question mark. You mostly spam emotes and other CC's chats, that's fair. I am the only streamer that you watch. Alright, that's a compliment. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, so like I said, the reason I ask is because like I usually have a stream on my side monitor just as like content regardless of what I'm doing. Like the only time that I don't is usually when I have to like super focus on something. You're parasocial with me? Okay. I mean, listen, I think it's actually a little bit impossible to not be parasocial with streamers that you watch all the time. Because it's like, especially smaller streamers, where it's like, it feels more like a community than like, like an environment, if that makes sense. I pronounced the name well? Alright, cool. Um, Usually I stream your stream and then have them. Anyway, I'm not going to read that. Smaller CCs pretty much always try to interact with everyone. Yeah, and I mean, part of that for me is that I'm really bad at multitasking and I'm still learning how to do it. Um, because like I mean, you guys saw when I was trying to do Apoc earlier, I literally failed because I couldn't focus on just what I was doing and I was focusing on responding to you guys in chat. Like as time goes on, I'm sure I'll get better with that because I do, like I said, I think last stream, I want to start streaming at least once a week. Um, and that'll come with time, but for the time being, I really enjoy just kind of yapping and talking with you guys and stuff like that. Needs some time to improve, definitely. Yeah. I mean, streaming is honestly streaming is honestly a skill. At least that's what I've kind of learned. And it's a skill in the same way that making YouTube videos were, where the longer you do it, the better you get at it. Like, if I go back to my first video that I ever released on YouTube, it was garbage. Like, just straight up, it was bad. It just was not good. But then when I compare that to the video that I released 2 weeks ago about the Hoyoverse stuff, that video editing wise and like intonation and like how I spoke and all that kind of stuff was 10 times better. So it's kind of like I expect that to happen with streaming as well. It will just be something that takes time. Because like it took me 7 months to get to that point with YouTube videos, and I'm currently like 3 streams into streaming. So was intonation the wrong word? There's a word for it that I was looking for. Like how I vocalized what I was saying, I guess. That's kind of what I meant to say. You don't multi-stream because it seems too hard to keep engaged with the chat. But my chats are linked. Hold on. Connotation. Okay. Um, where is, let me see, add window capture. Where's it at? Oh, it is not showing up for some reason. Let me delete that. Hold on a second. There we go. So yeah, so this is what my chat looks like, Dan. So if you just do multi-streaming and have a program that merges the chat, it doesn't end up mattering because it's all in one place anyway. How do I close this? The weekly streams are just a blast. Well, I mean, I appreciate that you guys are enjoying it. It means a lot to have you guys show up. Or you could pop out the chat. Yeah, I mean, you could do that as well. I mean, pretty much the majority of my streams are just yapping. So the fact that you guys want to be here and have the conversation, like to me, that's awesome. Like I feel the same way about people watching my content that I make for YouTube. Like when I made my first video, I expected that video to get like 10 views, and it ended up getting at this point close to 10K or something like that. And then nowadays, I mean, I have a video that got, 175K views. That's just insane to me. And I feel that same way about you guys coming here and hanging out on stream and stuff like that. Like, it's genuinely, it blows my mind, but I do appreciate all of it. Also, Rogue Spectre, that is very kind of you. I do appreciate you saying that. Axe, by the way, welcome back. And uh, what do you want to see in a future unit in HSR? Do you mean like kit design, Danny, or like what do you like kit design, how they look, like what are you asking for there? Axel, yeah, that's 100% true. I wouldn't necessarily say my audience for this kind of content is massive right now. I mean, right now I have 57 viewers on YouTube, which is a little bit inflated because generally YouTube streams are they get pushed a lot more than Twitch streams do for people that watch your content. Whereas Twitch, you just don't really get pushed anywhere. Like people have to actively look for small creators. I really should promote my Twitch. I mean, okay, so I I don't really know how to word this, but like I have never been someone that has shilled myself, if that makes sense. Like in my videos, the only time that I ever say subscribe, or rather instead of subscribe, the only time that I ever have a call to action, that's what it's actually called, is at the very, very end of my videos. So that's when I say subscribe, join the Discord, blah, blah, blah. And part of the reason I do that is because as a viewer of content, I don't like when people say, like halfway through the video, subscribe to my content, or the usual like I stream most nights on Twitch and all that kind of stuff. Like as a viewer, that annoys me. So I don't want to subject my viewers to that same thing when I can instead just put it at the very end of the video. And I know that's actually hurt me. Like genuinely, that has hurt my growth as a creator because I don't like only having the hey, subscribe and join my Discord at the end means that less than 30% of the viewers of my videos actually get there. So I realize that it's hurt my growth, but also I don't like shilling, which is why I don't promote Twitch that often apart from when I'm streaming. I don't say subscribe often and that kind of stuff. So it's kind of like I don't know. It's honestly more of a mental block than anything. And I probably just need to get over it at some point and have, like you said, yeah, like a pop-up or something like that. But like I said, it's more of just like a mental block. Put some stream clips at the end before the video ends so people stay longer. I think that would work if I actually streamed often and also made content off of my streams. But for the most part, I just yap. So, could you answer my question from earlier? Right, you asked about kit design. Okay, so what kits are missing in HSR? You do need an ego to be a growing CC. True, definitely. And I think I have that ego about my content because I think the content that I've made beyond my very first video has been good. And I am proud of the content I've made, with a few exceptions. There's some videos that I'm not like super happy with. So like I do have an ego about that, but I definitely need to learn to have an ego about like promoting my own content. Like even in Discord, I kind of worry about pinging people when I like upload a video or when I go live or something like that because I don't want to annoy people. Yeah, learning how to express the ego is definitely something that I could, work on. Okay, so to answer your question, Danny, what I think that HSR needs is more characters that let you act out of turn, like Yoon Lee. And I don't necessarily mean in terms of just ulting, but there needs to be more characters that let you do things actively. Because realistically, right? Like if you look at a DPS like Herta, a casual player and the auto button will play mostly identically. But a casual player versus someone actively playing Yoon Lee will play completely differently. So it's kind of like I want more characters that make you think about what you're doing. Boot Hill is another good example. I don't own him, but my friend does, and I've played on his account before. Like you have to actually think about what you're doing on that character, otherwise you're done. Like you might as well just not even be playing the character. We all know the solution is more buttons. Yeah, I mean that is another solution, but it's Hoyo, so they kind of have to make do with what they've got. More interactivity and active input strategy, yes. I think Hoyo shot themselves in the foot by only having one button, like skill basic, like that's it, that's all you get. But they do have the opportunity to make ults more active. They did it with Yoon Lee. They make you think with characters like Boot Hill. We just need more characters like that. There's only so much you can do in a turn-based game. I disagree, because there's actually a ton of things you can do. Hoyo just chose not to. Like Hoyo's turn-based game in quotations is baby's first turn-based game. Like they did not design this game well from the ground up. They designed it to be easy. They kind of tried to create a sense of control with the Fei Zhao ult. True, more things like that could actually be interesting. But I will say, they kind of failed when doing it because realistically, all you end up doing is spamming your spacebar. Because it auto selects the proper one for you to do. So, like I almost wish there was a bigger upside and downside to using each one. It's a false sense of control, absolutely, yeah, definitely. Axe, by the way, I saw you followed on Twitch. Thanks, dude. Do I think HSR requires as much skill as Genshin? No, I don't think HSR requires any skill. It just requires knowledge. Axel and I were talking about this earlier on stream. The only thing that you have to worry about in HSR is knowing what to do and then pre-planning so you don't mess that up. Like, when you go into a fight, you already know you're going to clear or not before you even, like, do it. So, having a power outage, phone dead, and PC slowly dying is probably punishment for winning close to all... Dude, I'm sorry to hear that, Sekalolo. The fights are basically scripted, true. Yes. Imagine they implement a Paper Mario style block mechanic to HSR. Do you mean just like being able to choose when to block? I mean the last Paper Mario game I played was years ago, so I'm not entirely familiar with its block mechanic sheets. Because it's funny, Alex. I lowered the ads, Thaddeus, man. I literally can't. YouTube forces them to run. I'm sorry. Are you ever gonna expand into Genshin and ZZZ? I I quit Genshin, so probably not. I quit it yesterday, actually. But I do plan on working on some ZZZ videos. So, yes, to answer that question. I don't know if I will get one ready for this week, but at the very least, I do have an idea to get one ready for next week. ZZ, talking about ZZZ. Still waiting for a unit that will power creep Fujuan's damage mitigation. I mean, isn't that just adventuring? When are they going to add official support of 120 FPS? Dude, it blows my mind that games like this are locked to 60 FPS. Like I just don't that's something I will never understand. I don't know. You don't know why iOS only has 120 FPS? I'm pretty sure it was because of an exclusivity thing that they had with Apple. Um I think that actually I don't know if the Apple exclusivity deal ended, but they also had a deal with PlayStation. Because PlayStation has higher res. I think they have higher res textures for Genshin. It is kind of annoying that it's that way, but also I mean it gets Mihoyo money, so I feel like that's kind of why they did it. You heard DeWay and the Apple CEO actually met once? Yeah, I would. That would genuinely not surprise me. What crossover do y'all want after Fate? So, hot take. I love Fate. Genuinely, it is easily my favorite franchise of all time. But I don't think that there should be any collabs, including the Fate one. I think if the game was designed in a way where other planets existed, other planets and worlds existed, that made it make sense for collabs to exist, then it would be fine. But like, unless the Fate collab literally releases with like its own planet, which I don't think it will, it's kind of just scuffed. Because then it's like, what? How are they going to justify a character like Saber from Fate coming into the HSR world? Like, logically in my head, that just does not make sense. Another remote suggestion. Okay. I'm kind of surprised that's not a default 7TV emote, Axel, but I will add it. And then let me refresh it for you. Hold on. Hmm. So that one didn't work. Yeah, I'm not sure when that will update, but yeah. There's actually a My Day emote. I mean, if you, I've never seen it, but if you want to link it, feel free. Yeah. Like I said, I'm willing to add anything. I don't mind anything to make the few Twitch viewers experience that I have better. HKS. I'll look it up. Wait, that's a banger emote. That's so funny, actually. That's actually so funny. All right. So the stream has been going on for about 4.5 hours now. I think it's about time that I start trying to wind down here. I really do appreciate all you guys coming to hang out. For those of you that are new, let me give you a link to my Discord if you want to come hang out and chat after the stream. Feel free. Give me a second to get that. So for the 2 people on Twitch, here you go. And then for the rest of you on YouTube, here you go. Again, it is always fun yapping with y'all. I appreciate you guys dropping by to hang out. Discord link is there if you want to join and come hang out. And I will see you next weekend. Like I said, I do plan on doing weekly streams, so that will be the next one, sometime next weekend. Say goodbye to each of us personally or continue the stream. All right, goodbye Kurt, goodbye Wiz, goodbye Thaddeus, goodbye Hints, goodbye Sela, goodbye Justin, goodbye Fleur. Yes, I'm saying goodbye to myself. Goodbye Danny, goodbye Sheets, goodbye Rogue, goodbye Sekalolo, goodbye Axe. There you go. All right, I will catch you all later. W stream, sayonara.